It's knee house. Feldman, that one will get in. That's a good point right there. A shot coming here. That's a goal. Lifted to left center field. Gets off the warning track into the wall. Transition three. Boom. Knocks that one down. And it's a goal. What a beautiful play. Dutton, look what I found over the first. It's a 3-on-1 all the way. Yes. There he goes.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV.
And welcome into the Marshalltown High School Roundhouse for the Allie Morrison duels. I am Zach Tomish here with you all day today as we're going to have multiple rounds of wrestling throughout today. We've got a couple different pools, but a total, it looks like, of 5 rounds of wrestling with the championship at the end and a consolation bracket as well. We have 7 teams visiting Marshalltown today on the men's side, and we have been off. They got actually a little bit of an early start on us here. We got the 144 weight class out there. Colby Cross just started round 2. He is down 3-2. Cross is trying to roll out of this. And it allows the North Polk Comets are wrestling against the Bobcats here. Augustine Schaefer for the Comets. Got some back points there. Is now up 8-2 in this one. So, new rule this year, if you're joining us for the Allie Morrison duels and KFJB-TV wrestling for the first time this year, we did have a duel earlier this season, but want to remind folks that as long as one body limb is inside the circle, wrestling will continue. That was added in right before the season started this year in Iowa. Cross is doing what he can to see if he can get an escape here. Picks up a point now, 8-3. Cross is just trying to tip him back, see if he can get some of those back points back. Another new rule, takedowns are now worth 3 points. So you saw you got 3 more points there. Cross did. It was 8-6, but then a reversal, 2 points for Schaefer. In the comments, puts him back up 10-6 now. There's the towel girl. 2 minutes around, 3 rounds per match. It is a duels tournament today, so the team score is what's going to matter. The Bobcats will wrestle North Polk first here in the second round. They will actually have a bye, so we will just leave it going when we have Southeast Polk and North Polk wrestling one another. And then in round 3, the Bobcats will wrestle Southeast Polk. Go round 3, Cross starts on bottom again. Looking to get that 1-point escape. That is something that head coach Lucas Cross, that's his technique he's talked about before on KFJB-TV. Cross kind of flipped himself over there and puts him in a bad position as Schaefer is now earning back points. You can see the ref there, kind of like a 10-second violation in basketball, counting out each second. There's 4 near fall points for Red, so that puts him up now 14-6. That's an 8-point lead and a major decision. Talk about how all those team points work after this match. Cross has got a minute left here to make a move. See if he can at least turn this major decision into a minor decision. You can see how he's keeping 1 foot in bounds to keep the wrestling going there, but it looks like an illegal grip is what the referee called. Reset. Cross with the quick move to grab the leg. Does what it wants to hold on to that as best he can. And now it's just trying to wiggle out from underneath. There will be a reversal, 2 points for Cross. That makes it now a minor decision, but in 30 seconds left here, can he get the pin and flip this match on its head? Schaefer's just trying to keep that base there, just trying to not get knocked down. Cross has got 3, 2. There's time. That is the end. The first match against the North Polk Comets. Augustine Schaefer gets the victory there. A major decision at the 144 weight class. So, major decision is winning by 8 to 14 points. That's 14 points. It's 14 to 8, excuse me. Now we move up to the 150 weight class. That's Kager Kremer for the Bobcats. And we've got Evan Kelsick for the Comets. So that was only 3 points then on a minor decision, is 1 to 7. As my producer here, David Braga, going to be with us all day, pointed that out. My math was wrong, so he'll have to keep me honest all day. Kager Kremer is a senior this year. He's 9-7 on the season so far. Unfortunately, the track wrestling did not have any of the stats for North Polk. So we got to thank our wrestling parents and the team to keeping that up to date this year for the Bobcats. It's been great to at least have some sort of stats to look at on how their season's going. And there's a couple Bobcats that have had a really good season so far. Kremer, 9-7. Always good to be on the winning side of things. As he sprawls out, tries to avoid the takedown, but Kelsick gets the takedown before they go out of bounds there. They should reset with Kelsick then on top. He is up, yes, 3-0. There's that takedown being worth 3 points is huge. The other 2 ways you can score, or I guess 3 ways you can score as a team. A technical fall is winning by 15 points. That is worth 5 points for your team. A forfeit is worth 6 points, and then a pin is also 6 points. Escape there by Kremer. It is now 3-1 with 20 seconds left here in the first period. Kramer shoots, trying to get that takedown before they go out of bounds, but the towel girl gets there as well. The ref does not give him the takedown. They'll come into this round 2, 3-1. Kremer just kind of lets him up there so they can start into neutral and see if he can get that takedown worth 3 points. He would tie up this match here. Kelsick, a senior this year as well for the Comets. As we get heavier and heavier, we'll see more wrestlers trying to use that weight against one another, and you can kind of see them starting to do it here. So they're testing out where can I get your body to move? Kremer takes a shot out of bounds. They really, you got 4 wrestlers there. They almost kind of ran into one another. That's going to be something to watch for with this new rule, having 3 mats out here today. And then we've got the girls going on in the auxiliary gym as well with they've got 3 mats out there I saw too. It is a full roundhouse, full high school today. These boys are just looking for an advantage. Can I get the body? Can I get your momentum going one way or another? There, Kremer just trying to throw him down onto the mat. Gets the 3 points there to tie it up 4-4. And now he goes to work. We see a lot of chicken wings from the Bobcats. The rail splitters we saw earlier this year on KFJB-TV. So let's see if that's the strategy still to try and get them flipped over. As Kelsick gets the escape to go up 5-4. There's 14 seconds left here in this match. This period. They'll have one more period to go. The towel girl comes out. Kelsick takes one last shot, but does not get the takedown, so it'll end 5-4. Green's decision here, so that leaves it up to Kremer, who decides to go neutral. We saw that meant Kelsick picked bottom to start round 2, and Kremer just let him up and got a takedown there to tie it up 4-4. So Kremer feels like he can get a takedown here. That would put him up 7-5 and give him that win. Tie it up at 3. So let's see if he can complete that here with 1:40 left. Shoots in for the leg. And Kelsick is just able to trip him up, get him onto the mat. And all that craziness there, David, no points were scored. No points at all. But no one really had the advantage, I would say. You see, they want that hand control. They're not holding hands because they like each other. Kremer, same move to get the takedown as he did before. He's just kind of tipping him over there. Got his arms hooked under his opponent's arms, and then he throws him again. Going to come back to the neutral position. You saw the ref put his 2 hands up like a field goal. Kremer just wants to kind of manhandle him and throw him over there. That's what I like to see. They got 45 seconds left here. Kremer's got to make a move. He's the one that's got to be the aggressor because he's down 5-4. $30 seconds left. Oh, Kremer throws him into the table there. What do we got? 18 seconds left. Sprawled out. Momentum was going that way. Sometimes that's what happens. Looks like all is good though. You can see Cross was out on the floor there, just trying to encourage him. He's got to be aggressive. He's got to take the shot and he's got to get the takedown. And this could be it. Can he get control here? He gets the 3 points. That puts him up 5-7. The escape doesn't matter. That would be 5-6, or 7-6. I think they're going to come out neutral. I think he did give him the escape there. We have 4 seconds left. Should be 7-6. Let's see what happens here with the rep. We got 1 second left on the clock still. There it is. I think it should be a 7-6 decision. Either way, it's still a minor decision to tie the game, tie the duel back up to 3-3. So that was a great takedown there in the last 15 seconds by Kremer to get those 3 points. The escape doesn't matter because he was up by 2. And he gets the victory here, pushing him to 10 wins on the season. Good way to get double digits. We're going to keep rolling, though, today. We got Carson Wright coming out for the Bobcats at the 157 weight class. And then we've got Luke Enbriston in for the North Polk Comets. Carson Wright is 10-3 on the year. He's having a great season his junior year here. Got that leg, just trying to trip him up a little bit. And you can see Ingbriston was just kind of trying to throw him over there and make him uncomfortable. They'll reset in the middle of the mat here. Wow, he just kind of picks up Carson right there and puts him safely down onto the mat. 3 points for the Comets. Got 10 seconds left here. Not much has happened since that takedown. As Wright tries to make a last-second escape. 2, 1. We'll end that first period with Wright down 3-0. Here we go, round 2. Kicks off with Carson Wright on top. Engbriston gets an escape there. It's now 4-0. That threshold for a minor to a major decision sits right there at 8 points. So Wright needs to make a move here and try to avoid that, at least a major decision. Minute 20 left here in the second period. And there you go, Carson Wright. Getting some back points. We'll get a reversal there as well. Can he get the pin too and just finish it off? There it is. First pin of the day for the Bobcats goes to Carson Wright in 3 minutes and 55 seconds. That'll put the Bobcats up now 9-3. Big win for Carson Wright, number 11 on the season. But I think this is the next wrestler for the Bobcats here is the guy that I think a lot of fans want to watch because Xavier Anderson, David, he's yet to lose a match this season. He currently sits 14-0. He made it to state last year, but he lost to the guy that he beat in districts. And if you know, oh, here it is. I can't even explain how hungry this guy is before he gets a pin. 13 seconds for Xavier Anderson. Holy moly. He loses to the guy that he beats in districts last year at state. And if you know anything about Xavier, that did not sit well for him. Anderson pins Sam Adams in 13 seconds at the 165 weight class. That puts the Bobcats up by my math. David, check me, please. 15-3. All right. Dalton Zednicek is up next, junior for the Bobcats, 8-5 on the season at the 175 weight class, going against Mason Ackerman, junior for the North Polk Comets. Zednicek wrestled a little varsity last year. I believe he had a pretty good Allie Morrison duels, if I remember correctly. As Ackerman is just trying to trip him up. Both of them trying to get to the mat, and Zednicek is the one that ends up on top. Gives him a little crossface there, as you can see. We are up here in the press box at the Marshalltown Roundhouse today. So if it seems a little quiet, we're trying to work on getting some crowd noise in here because we're getting a pretty good crowd coming in. I'm sure more will fill in throughout the day. Reversal there for Ackerman. It is now 3-2. Zednicek still has the lead because he got the takedown. That takedown being worth 3 points is a big deal. There they get just a little too far out of bounds right next to the Bobcat coaches there. You see Nick Rebick and head coach Lucas Cross sitting at the corner of the mat. I didn't have any super young coaches when I was playing sports growing up. It'd be interesting to have a 20-year-old being a coach for you when you're 17 or 18 years old. But Rebick was a great wrestler for the Bobcats. It was wrestling when we did the first time we did the Allie Morrison duels on KFJB-TV. End of round one, period one there, and Zednicek is up over Ackerman 3-2. Red's choice, Ackerman is going to pick bottom to start round two, which means Zednicek will have the choice then in round three. Zednicek almost loses him there, but stays on top. Just trying to break down that base and see what advantage he can get. Looks like he almost got him into a cradle there. He'll try to tip him back, and now he's going to get back points. And can he get the pin? Zednicek is in a great position. That looks like a tight cradle. There's the pin. 34 seconds into the second period. Means it was a pin in 2 minutes, 34 seconds. That means 21-3 now for the Bobcats. They are humming along here with 3 pins back to back. Now we move on to the 190 weight class. Another great Bobcat wrestler having a phenomenal year. 12-2 senior Johan Gomez comes out at the 190 weight class going against Gabe Visaden from the North Polk Comets. Gomez, I think we saw 2 pins against the Des Moines Lincoln Rail Splitters. I think he threw both of them. And wasn't it both in the first period too? David's nodding his head yes. So it was his first wrestling experience, so I'm sure that was exciting for him. As Gomez gets the Comet wrestler onto the mat right away. Minute 30 left still in this first period. Gomez up 3-0. They're out of bounds, so they'll reset, but Gomez will stay on top. Gabe Visaden, a senior for the North Polk Comets. And Visaden just kind of stands up and gets out of that there. They start back in neutral. Gomez avoids a shot. You go. Gomez just kind of powers him over there. There's 3 more points, 6-1 in favor of Gomez. Gomez has got that half Nelson, and he is ready once he gets him flat on the mat to just crank him over. But he's got to break down that base first. Gomez doesn't want to let him up, but he might get the escape here. There's a point, as there's only just seconds left here in the second period. But the first period. Gomez will end the first period up 6-2, so that's a good start. He defers to the third period. Red will choose bottom. He has gotten 2 escapes here, so that's a good way to earn a point back pretty quick. But Gomez has gotten 2 takedowns, and that's how we end up at 6-2 to start the second period. Gomez keeps control. Doesn't let him escape that time. And there, Visaden does get the escape. It is now 6-3. Gomez will be looking to, but he's going to try and throw him here. Use his momentum against him. He does try to throw him, but they are definitely on to that other mat over there. Those wrestlers are getting close. That's the second time already today where they've gotten within spitting distance of one another. Gomez tries a shot this time, is able to get around and get 3 points. Puts him up 9-3 now. He might just let him up. Yep, that's what he's going to do with a minute left here in the second period. He takes another shot. Gomez, is he going to get another takedown here? There's 3 points. Now he's going to go to work because he's got good position. And he starts earning back points. Boom, there's the pin. Second period. That's 4 pins in a row for the Bobcats. That one will be in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. I don't know if anybody's going to beat Anderson's pin there in 13 seconds. We didn't even get done introducing him before he was on his back, or he got his opponent on his back and getting that pin. But Gomez now goes to 13-2 on the season. 4 pins in a row for the Bobcats, and now we've got Ignacio Nacho Macias coming up. Oh, that doesn't look like Nacho. So I'm going to for the comments, it's Henry Christensen. I didn't get a good look at the Bobcat wrestler. But I definitely know Nacho's face because his face seems to always find the KFJB-TV camera, especially during football season. Oh, this is not a good position. Christensen has gotten already a takedown and a couple back points, earning 2 more back points there. That puts him up now 7-0. Reset in the middle. They kind of just did that themselves as there's 50 seconds left. can hear the Bobcat players, teammates cheering him on, encouraging their teammate to shoot. Ten to 2 in the favor of the Comets right now, as looks like there's 3 more points. We are just in the first period here. There's an 11-point lead for the Comets. He's getting more back points. Christensen will get 2 more there. Can the clock save the Bobcats here? It does. 4 back points added, though, up 17 to 2. That's a tech fall. They should end this, as he is not in position to get a pin. Does not look like Nacho there. We'll see if I can get an update on who is possibly wrestling at 215. Throughout today, though, we will find that the rosters will change based off of matchups. Like Coach Cross said, well, we're going to have, Colby Cross or Nick Wise or Anthony Chavez at 144, depending on who it is. So it's kind of up in the air there, but that was a tech fall in 2 minutes. So I gave 5 points to the Comets. It is now 27 to 8. Jackson Hinkle, though, that is Mr. Hinkle out there for the Bobcats, 5-4 in the season, junior this year, wrestling against the heavyweight for the North Polk Comets, Beckett Anderson. Hinkle gets a quick takedown, minute 30 left here in the first period. See, the big guys like to do a throw, so that way they've got their opponent on their back right away, so they don't have to do all this digging around. Hinkle just picks up that leg. Nope, you are not standing up today. Gets him back down on the mat. Hinkle picks him up. Says you can stand up, but you're not getting away. Now he lets him go for the escape. So about 60 seconds he spent energy trying to keep him on the mat and then lets him go here. Hinkle still up, though, 3-1. As he sprawls out away from the shot. Anderson did have a good grip on the leg, lets it go. Hinkle spins around, gets the 3-point takedown, and is now trying to crank him over. There's the half Nelson in deep. This ref's been quick on the pin, and there it is. In the first period, 1:52 for Hinkle. Bobcats back into their pinning ways. Puts them up 33-8. And we move from the heavyweight down to 106, where it was the most exciting match. Was the 106 match when we were last on KFJB-TV with Nicholas Million here. He was wrestling a senior. Nicholas, being a freshman at 106, freshman versus senior. You don't see a lot of seniors at that weight class. Ends up down big in the third period and pulling out a pin. So see if we can get a little magic here as he's wrestling Charlie Bowman, who's a junior. Again, don't see a lot of juniors at 106, so I bet Charlie's been wrestling for a long time as he shoots right away and gets 3 points on a takedown. Million finds himself in trouble right off the bat here. That is a cradle. That looks tight. Gets 4 back points there, so he's up 7-0 already, and he's good at the cradle again. Let's tip him back. Can I get some more back points, he says. More, please. The ref counts out 4 for red there, so he should award the 4 back points, 11-0, and Bullman says, I'm hungry for more, it looks like, and he might get a tech fall here in 60 seconds. As long as there's a chance for a pin, he will not stop the match, but if Million is able to get back to his base here, it will end in a tech fall as he's got 4 points on back points. So there it is, tech fall win for Charlie Bowman. That tech fall was in 59 seconds. That's 5 points, will be 33-13. Is my math correct? David gives me the thumbs up. David, were you on the math B team as a kid or anything? Was math your sport or your no? You know, you're a journalism major, right? Yeah. Moving on to the 113 weight class, we've got Jose Corral Coronado, a sophomore for the Bobcats, who's 7-6 on the year. Will be wrestling against Preston Dowd, a freshman for the North Polk Comets. And very quickly, Jose Corral gets a takedown there. Thought he might try to get a little back points, but Dowd was able to wiggle out of it. Corral Coronado does not want to let him up at all. Keeps throwing him back down onto the mat. We've got 1:15 left here in the first period, and it's been all Corral Coronado for the Bobcats here. He's got to start making a move here, but it looks like Dowd actually might have Corral Coronado's hand, so he's trying to break free. He breaks down his base again here. Oh, there was a crossface. Not sure exactly what that signal was there, but they're going to reset in the middle of the mat with Jose Corral Coronado on top. Preston Dowd, a freshman for the North Polk Comets. Jose Corral Coronado, a sophomore for the Bobcats. Right here at the 113 weight class. Escape by Dowd. It is now 3-1. 20 seconds left here in the first period. There's 3 more points. That'll be nice to head into the second period there. Up 6-1 is what it looks like here. Reds decision. He'll defer, so we'll leave it up to the Bobcats here on how they'll start period 2. He's going to select the bottom. You know, David, I think I see what happened here. I think that far Bobcat strip should be between 2 and 3 here. And that's why these mats are a little close. As we've seen a couple wrestlers almost bump into one another today. Well, we're in period 2 here. Corral Coronado does get the escape there. Now he's up 7-1, and he's gotten 2 takedowns in the first period, so see if he can do it again here. See, sprawls out. And gets around for the 3-point takedown right there. 10-1. Will he go for a tech fall? We've seen 2 of them already today. We've also seen 5 Bobcat pins, so pins always better. And it looks like Dowd. Does he get the escape? I don't think he was awarded an escape there. I don't think he broke the hand, so he's going to start back down on bottom. It's kind of demoralizing when you feel like you're almost out, and then, oh, I got to go back down. Oh, there we go. Corral Coronado cranks him over quick on that pin call. He is fast. Well, that's a pin for Jose Corral Coronado. That was in, let's see here, 3 minutes and 41 seconds. He joins the pin party for the Bobcats. Puts him up now, what is that, 39-13. And Corral Coronado goes to 8-6 on the season. Moving on to the 120 weight class, we should see Israel Garcia, a freshman for the Bobcats. Nope, he is not sending anybody out. That was something that Coach had put in there. There might be some open weight classes as well. But they're going to give up the forfeit. And that'll just be a straight 6 points for the Comets there. And then they're going to forfeit actually 126 as well, which makes it 39-25. You know, some of that could be a bad matchup for your wrestlers. I see it's actually 2 freshmen there that are in those spots. So maybe Coach just doesn't want them to go out and get pinned in 13 seconds like Anderson did to the Comet, you know. It's going to be a long day today as we've got multiple rounds. Looks like 5 rounds in total. So, you know, if you can give up a couple forfeits and still get the victory as a team, that might be the strategy. But we're now at 132. Lucas Bantz made it to state last year, 11-4 so far in the season this year, wrestling up against Cale Cotter from the North Polk Comets here. 39-25 team score, 0-0, 30 seconds into this first period here. As Bantz looking to make it another successful year for the Bobcats. It appears maybe the other mats are already done. Maybe we'll be moving pretty quick today. That would be a tough on some of the players when you got to wrestle back to back to back, because you could wrestle up to 5 or 6 times today. Lucas sprawls out, just trying to get a takedown here. Works to the backside. Is he going to trip the leg? There he goes for the trip. Trips him, gets him down on the mat. That's 3. He's got 55 seconds to do something now. Bantz looking good this season. I talked to Coach Cross earlier this week, and, you know, there's 6-7 guys that can make a run to state here individually, which means the dual team is looking pretty good as well. They're top 24 in the state as a dual team as well, and that's, you got to be top 24 to make it to the state competition. So kind of right on track for the Bobcats, and they've got some boys that can make some noise here. So, you know, Xavier Anderson having an incredible season so far. Nicholas Wise, who we'll see here in a second. You know, Lucas Bantz out there right now. Johan Gomez, Carson Wright, Dalton Zednicek. All these guys are having great years. I'm sure I've missed some. It's the end of the first period. Bantz will be up 3-0. He got that takedown when he tripped him up there on the far side of the mat. See, look, you can see that out of bounds is right next to, on that shot right there on the mat just to the left. And with the new out of bounds rule, you kind of need that extra little buffer there. So we'll see if that comes into play as we move on throughout the day. Bantz starts on top in period 2. It's also interesting to watch Coach Cross there in the bottom right corner on who's wrestling and how vocal he gets. Cross is not usually very animated on the sideline, so he's pretty calm, cool, and collected of what's going on and trusts his guys out there to make the move that they're feeling. Bantz is able to break down the base. Oh. We're wrestling Cale Cotter at 132. Cotter, a freshman. Bantz, a senior. I bet Bantz feels he's got the advantage here and There's the chicken wing we were talking about. This is, I think, the first time we've seen it, though, here in this duel, as a couple of these pins came just from right from the takedown. So Bance doesn't want to let him go. Almost puts himself into a bad position there, but just allows the escape. So that's 1 point then. That'll go to Cotter, as we've got less than 10 seconds here left in the second period. 4 seconds left. Bance is up 3-1. Sometimes they'll try to shoot there when you got 4 seconds and catch them off guard, but that'll end the second period. Bance basically was on top that entire time. Lets up an escape at the very end. It is green choice. Bance's choice, and he picks bottom. One nice thing, they do typically try to line up red and green based off of the team colors too. So I bet Marshalltown will be green for most of today. Now, the scoreboard across the way gave Bance another point there, and I'm not 100% sure why, but they show it being 4-1. So we'll go ahead and go 4-1 as well. Anything to help a Bobcat. Looks like maybe a little blood here that we've got to stop. You can see them going to the official table there. Bance gets a little bit of a drink of water. Probably has to get a little blood cleaned off of him as well. I'm sure we'll see a couple bloody mats from time to time today. I'll take this opportunity, though, to also let you know, in the auxiliary gym, we do have the girls going on. We've got a ton of teams over there. We got Marshalltown, Columbus Catholic up there in Waterloo. We got West Fork, Knoxville, BGM, BCLUW, and South Hardin. I believe that is it out there in the auxiliary gym. That is all I see on my list here. So a lot of teams here competing today as we get ready to go. Minute 30 left here in the third period. It is 4-2. So maybe Bance did something illegal there to give up a point as well, causing that bloody injury. And Bance actually kind of crawls back in here. I think is just trying to waste time. Hey, as long as he doesn't get any back points on me, I'm going to get the victory here, 4-2. 3 points for my team. Let's move on. And we should have one more wrestler at the 138 weight class to finish this off. And I'm going to guess that's Nick Wise. And as a team, I think they're pretty confident in Nick Wise. So 3 points would be just fine. As Cotter is trying to get a cradle in on Bance. And Bance is going to do what he can to avoid that and is able to. Got 30 seconds left here in the final period. Bance is up 4-2. You can get 2 back points, so it's going to be, could come down to the wire here. But Bance now might get an escape, and if he can get to neutral here, that would be 5-2. A takedown would only tie it. There it is. Escape for Bance. He can kind of ride out these last 16 seconds as they'll reset to neutral into the middle of the mat. 16 seconds left, 5-2. A takedown will tie it. Although it looks like North Polk, head coach there, Sean Stender, is questioning the score a little bit, as we have throughout this match as well. So we'll see how this changes. You can see Liz Wise there, Nick Wise's mom, and one of the team moms here for the Bobcats. She does a great job on track wrestling. Really kind of pushing that to keep the stats there. Also a school board member helping out. And it also looks like Cotter's getting a little work done on that nose to make sure he's not bleeding anymore. There's also that Dodgers sweatshirt. That's Ashton Wright. We saw him wrestling for varsity earlier this season. Also played some varsity baseball over the summer. Freshman this year, and we'll continue to see him on KFJB-TV. All right, they come back, 16 seconds, no change on the score, 5-2 for the good guys here as Bance just really kind of has to ride out these last 16 seconds. A takedown will tie it for Cotter, but I don't expect him to take down Bance here at the last 4 seconds, 3 seconds now as they reset in neutral. Bance made it to state last year, will push now to 12-4 on the season, with a minor victory. They gave him another point there. Either way, they get 3 points as the Bobcats. That puts them up 42-25. 5-3 win. And pushes us up to 138. Should be the last weight class here in this first duel. I think that looks like Nick Wise, but I think he got a buzz cut. 144, or excuse me, 138. This is 138, 144. Coach Cross said could be one of 3 people all day today. So it was between Colby Cross, Nicholas Wise, and Anthony Chavez. As Wise is up 5-0 here very quickly and looking to get some more back points. This ref, I'll say, has been pretty quick on the pin. There's, was that 3? 3 more back points. That'll put them up 8-0 now. Sometimes that's what it is. Tip him over, get the tech fall, move on to the next one, right? We've seen Xavier Anderson do that a couple times where he just lets him up, takes him down, lets him up, takes him down. Wise here looks like he's just trying to, he's got the chicken wing in there, just trying to crank it over. David, you're the older sibling. You probably did the chicken wing to little sister growing up. I'm the younger sibling, had that done to me. There's more back points he's getting as Wise is trying to get both shoulders down. Looks like he's got the 4 that he can get. Again, that's a change this year. You can get 2, 3, or 4 back points, equal to the number of seconds. Those shoulders have to break that 45-degree angle as the towel girl comes out to finish this first period. We got 5 seconds left. Is he going to get the pin here? He's got the 4 back points. There's the time. So we got 4 more back points. That'll put him up 12-0 as, yeah, that, now they get a look at the face there. That's Nicholas Wise down there wrestling up against Sawyer Smeltzer from the North Polk Comets. Sawyer is a junior. Wise is a junior. Wise, 13-1 on the season. We talked to his mom at the last duel. She talks about all he did from the moment last season ended to when this season started was wrestle. And it's showing as he gets a reversal there, back points. The second he lets it up, it'll be a tech fall or a pin here to end this one as Wise gets his 14th win on the season. He wants the pin. There's the pin. In 2 minutes and 23 seconds, Nick Wise joins the pin club there in this first routing for the Bobcats as they get a big win over the North Polk Comets, 48-25. All right, I'll try to explain this as best I can when we look at this bracket here. There are 2 different pools, and the Bobcats for the first 3 rounds are in Pool A. Pool B. And they're with Southeast Polk and North Polk. So in this round 2, the Bobcats are on a bye. So it'll be Southeast Polk and North Polk, and we'll just put wrestling up for you guys to watch. And then round 3, it'll be Southeast Polk and Marshalltown. Then in Pool A, we had Johnston and Sioux City East wrestle one another. Cedar Falls and Webster City wrestle one another. And they'll go the 3 rounds. We'll have a 4th round, which isn't decided at the moment. Then we'll have a championship and a consolation. So, this next round, what we're going to show right here on KFJB-TV, will be Southeast Polk and North Polk. We might try to grab the middle mat as well. We'll let you know who that'll be wrestling there too, so we can get as much action on the TV as we can. But we are going to step away from commenting during that round, and we'll come back when the Bobcats are wrestling again. But we do have to take a short break. So when we come back, we'll let you know who will be out on the mats for you during round 2. So we appreciate you watching the Allie Morrison duels right here on KFJB-TV.
One of the biggest things that I see coming out of scouting is they actually teach so many life skills that you don't see in the regular classrooms these days. Kids come out with the ability to balance a checkbook, change a tire, even how to produce a grocery list and cook a decent meal for himself. I really think that Scouts has helped my son become such a well-rounded individual that he's ready to go out into the world as an adult and be a productive member of our society. I recommend that anybody put their kid into Scouts.
All right, so for anybody that's watching right now, it appears that we've got Johnston and Cedar Falls on the mat on the left. That would be mat number 2. And we've got what will be Southeast Polk and North Polk on the far right mat there on mat 3. So that's what we've got going on right now. As we take just a short break here from commenting, we might bring on a couple special guests if we can get anybody to walk all the way up here with us as we're up in the press box here at the Marshalltown Roundhouse. to give an update there for the first round of the Allie Morrison duels. Welcome into KFJB-TV. We appreciate you following along today. On the far right side there, we should see Southeast Polk against North Polk. Southeast Polk in the black, North Polk in the red. On the middle mat, we've got Cedar Falls against Sioux City East going on. In round one, Johnston beat Sioux City East 81-0. Cedar Falls beat Webster City 47-21. And Marshalltown beat North Polk 48-25. We will have a round 4 as well. Little interpool play. And then a championship. So the Bobcats should wrestle 4 duels today at least. All right. So we will let you guys watch these 2 different duels happen as the Bobcats have a bye here round 2. And we'll kick back off in round 3 against Southeast Polk.
Liz Weiss, you need to go to the mat 3. Liz Weiss, you need to run mat 3. So I'll say this, if you're not wrestling or getting ready to wrestle, means you're on deck or in the hole for the matches. Please remove from behind the mat side, behind the tables, so our trainer can see all 3 mats. It's in the roundhouse, please. So again, if you're not wrestling or getting ready to wrestle the next couple of matches, please go up to the bleachers and sit down. So if you go from the hit table or the athletic trainer can see. takes the duel over Sioux City East 60-21. Gets to go to the South Roundhouse man right now.
The center mat just finished up their round 2 duel. That was between Cedar Falls and Sioux City East. Cedar Falls gets the victory there 60-21. So that mat will not see any other action until we get the outside mats filled up. On the far left there, that's Johnston and Webster City going on. And then we might pan back to the right here as David Braga, our TV producer today, just switches over. That is Southeast Polk and North Polk, where the Bobcats in round 3 will wrestle against Southeast Polk in the all-black singlets there. After the Bobcats get a pretty big victory today, 48-25 in over the North Polk Comets there in round 1. Did learn after I was talking to head coach Lucas Cross after that, we will not see any Bobcats at 120 and 126. I had mentioned, when they took those forfeits that maybe they didn't like the matchups, and that's exactly the case. He wants to build up their confidence a little bit, so they went down to JV for the time being, and they're going to forfeit 120 and 126 moving forward. To wrap up there in round 1, though, for the Bobcats over the North Polk Comets, you see we got 7 pins by the Bobcats. All started with Carson right there getting a pin in 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Then if you would have blinked, you would have missed Xavier Anderson's match, as I was joking around with Coach Cross. I was like, I didn't even get finished introducing who Xavier was in his whole season yet before he got the pin in 13 seconds, and he just shrugged his shoulders and said, that's Xavier. And we actually got the replay right here. There's Anderson just cradles him up real quick, and then this guy has been quick on, this referee here has been quick on the pins. There he goes, gets the pin right there. Replay on KFJB-TV. Dalton Zednicek kept the pinning going in 2 minutes and 34 seconds. And then for the 4th pin in a row, Johan Gomez got a pin in 3 minutes and 21 seconds. He is 3 for 3 on the year for pins. Johan has got 2 pins the last time he was on KFJB-TV earlier in the season. Jackson Hinkle got a pin in 1 minute and 52 seconds. That put the Bobcats up 33-8. They had a commanding lead when it flipped back to 106 then. Moving on to 113, Jose Corral Coronado got a pin in 3 minutes and 41 seconds as we see the replay right here on KFJB-TV. And see the ref there calls it. It's quick. We like that, though. That's always good. And then did confirm Nick Wise got a haircut. Talked to both of his brother and his mom between matches here, and Nick Wise ends it with a pin in 2 minutes and 23 seconds as well. So lots of pins for the Bobcats as they run away with the victory, 48-25 over the North Polk Comets. They will, no matter what, wrestle against Southeast Polk next. Then in round 4, it's going to be between the 2 pools. They'll figure out matchups there, and then they'll have a championship and consolation in round 5. So the Bobcats will wrestle a total of 4 times today. Last year they wrestled 5 times. So it'll be a fun full day of wrestling as we continue to watch, what is this, the 120 matchup for North Polk and Southeast Polk. So we'll continue to watch this as we prepare for the Bobcats' next duel. Stay with us right here on KFJB-TV.
this round. Southeast Polk right now 138. They still have 144 to go. So when that duel gets concluded, then we go right into round 3. The girls tournament is, the auxiliary champion is going into round 5 here very shortly. On mat 1, it's BGM and BCLU South Hart. On mat 2, Marshalltown and Knoxville. Webster working for Miss Catholic is on mat 3. We're going to the auxiliary jab in round 5 of the girls 14 tournament. Marshalltown and Knoxville is for the championship on the girls tournament side. Also, a reminder, concession stand area is open, so if you're looking for something to eat, something to drink, you can shop off in the concession stand area. You can drink concession stand tea there. You pick up the food. Coaches, officials, or table workers, if you're looking for some good food or some food. And ladies, you can check out the hospitality room located on the south end of the house for coaches, officials, and table workers only.
Right there on mat 1, finishing up, that was Johnston and Webster City. Looks like Johnston hasn't lost yet as they won their first round 81-0, and I would guess they're the ones that won 80-0 here, and we'll get a confirmation if you can hear Josh. Now that we got a little ambiance, or whatever that right word would be, got a little background noise finally brewing with us. You can hear Josh a little bit on the microphone there. I'm Zach Tomish. You are watching KFJB-TV here in the Allie Morrison duels in the Marshalltown High School Roundhouse. We're going to have 5 total rounds today. As we head back over to mat 3, this is going to be our main mat that we look at all day, as this is where the Bobcats will wrestle all of their duels. Right now we got North Polk and Southeast Polk going. Southeast Polk in the black, North Polk in the red and black. Once this finishes up, we will then begin round 3, which will be Bobcats and Southeast Polk.
In Southeast Polk, North Polk, right now is at 144, and that is the final match of that duel. Southeast Polk will win that duel, but when that duel is concluded, we will go right into round 3. In round 3, Johnston, Cedar Falls on the South Roundhouse mat, mat 1. Webster City, Sioux East, middle mat, round mat 2. And it'll be Southeast Polk, Marshalltown, over on the north mat. When the duel between Southeast Polk and North Polk is concluded, we will go into round 3.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
Do you know Lennox Employees Credit Union makes loans for recreational vehicles? So if you'd rather be enjoying this winter on a snowmobile, the Lennox Employees Credit Union makes loans for them. Plus ATVs, jet skis, boats, and trailers. The loan process is so easy. Loans for used vehicles like campers and snowmobiles are available too. Get rate info at lennoxecu.com. Fun things up with help from Lennox Employees Credit Union. 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown. Member NCUA.
Welcome back to KFJB-TV. We are live at the Marshalltown High School Roundhouse for the Allie Morrison duels. We now have the Bobcats up against the Rams from Southeast Polk. Starting out at the 157 weight class, we've got Carson Wright, who is 11-3 on the season. Got a pin in the last match against North Polk. Southeast Polk, their wrestler is a junior, Doken Biladu. Doken got the takedown. Now he earned 2 back points. Up 5-0. We will no longer have team score out there, so we'll try to keep you updated for team score as we work through these duels the rest of the day. Wright is trying to do whatever he can. He has let up a couple tips on back points, as well as was taken down right away in the first period. 4 seconds left. He is down 7-0. And that'll end the first period with Carson Wright down. Carson Wright, he kicked off the pin party, we'll call it, in that last duel there. He had a pin in 3 minutes and 55 seconds, 11-3 on the season. Junior this year, having a good year, as he will start on top. against Southeast Polk. And Carson lets up a reversal there and is not looking like he's in a good position. Or an escape and a takedown, it looks like is what he get from 7 to 10. That's my question, David. Reversal's 2 points. There's an escape. He finally gets on the board there, 10 to 1 now. Another takedown for Doken Bieladu. There's an escape, so he gets another point. Carson Wright is sprawling back. I was talking a little bit to Nick Rebick, the assistant coach down there, sitting with Luke Cross. He actually reffed the Allie Morrison duels last year, so a little inside information from him. But I said, do you feel like these have been some pretty quick pin calls? And his response was yes, as there's another takedown there for Doken. That'll put him up 16 to 2. One more point, and it's a tech fall. That'll be 5 points then for Southeast Polk. But the thing that Rebick said is he thinks that this is a college ref. And he also said that the ref isn't taking anything from the coaches. As Doken gets the tech fall. I didn't see how much time was left there. Probably about 3 minutes in total. So that's 5 points then for the Rams. But he said the ref isn't taking anything from coaches. He'll tell them to stop. And it's quick on the pin, and it's quick on, we've seen a couple stalling calls already. That's how those points were earned. I think Lucas Bance, his match was the one where we were a little confused. But moving on to the 165 weight class, this is Xavier Anderson, already on the mat longer than he was in his last match as he pinned his opponent in 13 seconds. Anderson currently 15-0 in the year, made it to state last year. Gets into an interesting spot here as he kind of rolls over top of his opponent. Right now, Anderson did get the takedown, but his opponent at 165 is Abraham Bouchong from Southeast Polk. I think this might be the guy that beat him at state last year. I think this might be it, but I could be wrong because they would have wrestled at districts too. For some reason, though, that name kind of sticks out in my head. But here we are. Anderson up 3-1. See, Cross is already out there taking every moment he can to speak with his player about what's going on. The thing that I love about Coach Cross, he grew up in Colorado. He now works here in Iowa. But he pretends like he just doesn't know. And so when we were talking in between matches there, I said, well, how do you feel, that first one went? And he goes, well, I didn't know what to expect. So I was pretty happy when we ended up getting a sizable victory, 48-25 as a dual team. And it's just every time I ask him, well, we don't really know much about them. And he's focused on what's happening on the mat right in front of him, and you got to appreciate that as a player. He's not going to buy into us media folk trying to hype something up or whatever, but he's all about what can we do when we get on the mat? What can our players do to get the victory? And it's a great I think it's a really good pairing between him and Xavier Anderson, who's out on the mat right now, because Xavier, you talk to that guy, he is very mentally strong. To see him wrestling as well as he is this year after that injury in football is great to see. And I'm sure he'll be doing something on the next level as well. As they move out of bounds here, we're going to reset in the middle of the mat in the neutral position. 27 seconds left here in the first period. Anderson does have a takedown, which has given him the 3-1 lead as Bouchon was able to get an escape. Bouchon a senior, Anderson a senior. We got to look this up here to see who Anderson lost at state last year. Anderson in the bottom position here. Again, the reminder that this ref was quick on some stalling calls as Anderson gets flipped to his back here. 2 back points looks like is going to be awarded there to Bouchon. As Anderson looks to get an escape. Call that a reversal there. Excuse me, I think I've had the score wrong. The Bobcats are now red, and I thought they were green. So Anderson's actually losing this 5-3. I just kept going that they were green. It is 6-3 in favor of Bouchon. Okay. Producer David found it. It was Abe Bouchon who wrestled Anderson at 157 last year. So, this is a rematch of the district finals where Anderson beat Bouchon, and then in state, they matched up again, and Bouchon bested Anderson and knocked him out of state. So 6-3 right here at the end of the second period. Heading into the third. It is anybody's match, and obviously a pin can flip this entire thing onto its head. Well, Bouchon just gets an escape there. This is probably the biggest match we'll see the Bobcats wrestle today. And it's also, it might be one of the biggest matches that we see throughout the entire tournament in this gym today. A rematch? This is a rivalry in the making right here. 7-3. As Bouchon is getting a little bit of some treatment. Might be a little blood or something out there. I wonder if if I was a player, I might request to wrestle on the blue mat just because if there's blood or something out there, I could see it. $165 here, so they were at 157 last year. I think, talking to Coach, Anderson does want to drop down a weight class with the extra 2 pounds. But still matchups and everything like that. This is the guy that Xavier needed to wrestle from Southeast Polk today. Anderson tries to sprawl out. Ooh, out of bounds. They were close there. So reset in neutral position. Anderson's got 1:18 left to either score 4 points or get a pin here. Anderson, 15-0 on the season. The last thing he wants to do is take a loss right here. You can see Bouchong's got Anderson's right arm, completely wrapped up. $52 seconds here as they reset in the middle of the mat. You can see the timer there at the very top middle of your screen. Anderson just showing him who's boss. Looks over at Coach. 38 seconds. He doesn't look worried. As we're going to take another break to clean up the nose a little bit. Anderson gets a little coaching from Cross. And we come back. I don't know if you saw, David, earlier this week, the crowd got removed from a Southeast Polk duel between Ankeny and Southeast Polk. Well, we invite all Southeast Polk fans to stay here in the Roundhouse and purchase from our concession stands. 23 seconds here. Anderson's got to make a move as he fires in, trying to do something. As the coach comes out there seeing that these two guys are going all out, not wanting them to crash into the table there. We appreciate that. Anderson trying to do whatever he can here. Again, just... One point to Anderson, he called stalling. He said, that's what Rebick said. He's quick to call the stalling. Come back to neutral. And obviously, Bouchong from Southeast Polk is just trying to get through these 7 seconds here. He's up 8-5. Anderson's doing whatever he can. And that'll conclude Anderson's... Well, another stalling point given to him, but it'll be a minor decision for Abe Bouchong over Xavier Anderson for his first loss of the year. Oh, they gave him another one, 8-7. Oh, somehow what just happened there? He just raised Anderson's hand, and then he just raised Bouchong's hand. I think this is a message to Liz Wise. Sitting there at the scorer table. Always giving scores there for the girls right now as we move on to the one. We'll figure out what happened there, but we're going to move on to the 175 weight class with Dalton Zednicek for the Bobcats. Wrestling up against Wyatt Gibson, a senior from Southeast Polk, as Gibson gets the takedown there in the first 30 seconds. And now Gibson begins getting back points here. Zednicek got a pin in 2 minutes and 34 seconds in his last matchup. He is 9-5 on the season. He is currently down 6-0 very quick in this matchup. Zednicek is doing what he can to not flip over, and then he bridges out of it there. Out of bounds, they'll reset into the middle of the mat here. Zednicek trying to avoid the cradle as he's getting turned over here. Gibson. That was not our whistle, although the players might have thought it was. Zednicek trying to avoid that cradle as he at least survives round one, 9-0. Not in a great position here, but that's why you wrestle 3 rounds. Zednicek will start in the up position or on top, as Wyatt Gibson, the senior from Southeast Polk, will begin on bottom. Zednicek's just trying to break down that base however he can. Trips him up and can't get him flat on the mat just yet. There was a reversal there for Gibson, so he gets 2 more points. Now he's up 11-0 on Zednicek. Remember, 15 is that tech fall. As long as he's not in a position to get a pin, they will just end the match right then and there. As Zednicek looks like he can maybe turn this match around on its head a little bit. As he gets the reversal for 2 points, 11-2 now. You can see the Bobcats getting hyped up there in their corner. Zednicek just trying to do something here. He's got 20 seconds left in this period. This period has consisted of 2 reversals. Zednicek started on top. Reversal by Gibson. Reversal back by Zednicek. Still a 9-point lead for Gibson. 15 seconds left. Zednicek does not let him escape. Brings him back down to the mat at least. End of the third period now. Reds decision. Or excuse me, Green's decision, and he chooses neutral. I think we have good news coming out of the auxiliary gym for the Bobcats. I believe it was Knoxville and Marshalltown that were in the championship for the girls. As they were flying through, there were some girls' teams that were here that didn't have full rosters, so they were moving pretty quick over there. We are in round 3, though, for the Allie Morrison duels on the boys' side, as the Bobcats had a bye in round 2. Zednicek not in a great position here, and was on top. Or excuse me, I guess they were in neutral and no one had secured a takedown. So they go back to neutral. And Gibson picks up Zednicek and takes him down to the mat for a 3-point takedown and a quick pin. That pin was in 5 minutes and 12 seconds. That is another big points there. So 13-0 is what I just saw. So if that was 6, that was a minor decision. Well, my math isn't math in here. We gotta figure this out. Carson Wright was a tech fall. Anderson would have been a minor decision. That would have been 8. If that's a pin, by my count, it should be 14. We'll see if we got that right here. Anyway, we move on to 190. Johan Gomez, 3 for 3 so far on KFJB-TV. He got 2 pins in the first duel that we did a couple weeks ago, and then he got a pin in the very first duel today as he gets a takedown there for 3 points. And he's going to try and get some back points, although he might want to drag him back into the circle, which he kind of scoots him there a little bit as they reposition. Gomez picks him up, brings him down to the mat, 190. That's Oakley Kiomala, for Southeast Polk, as Gomez is up 3-0 so far. Out of bounds, they will reset. Gomez should be on top. I don't think Johan quite knows who I am yet, but I joked with him. I said, "You're 3 for 3 with 3 pins so far," and he kind of just looked at me. I think he saw KFJB-TV on my shirt, but I don't think – and maybe, there are a couple people here, a couple of the students that don't recognize me without my long hair, so that might have something to do with it. Gomez lets up the escape there. They'll reset here. Oakley is a senior for the Southeast Polk Rams. Gomez also a senior. Gomez having a great year, 13-2 so far. Surprisingly, it's the 3rd best record for the Bobcats, as Nick Wise had 1 loss coming in today, and Anderson had none until he just faced off against Abe Bouchong, which is going to be a match that we'll probably see later in the season as well. End of the first period, Gomez up 3-1. So this is the first time on KFJB-TV. Oh, no, we saw him in the second period in this last one. I was going to say, this would have been the first time seen him in the second period this season, but Gomez lets up the escape. Trying to avoid the takedown, but cannot do it. Puts Oakley up 5-3 over Johan. Johan gets the escape, 5-4. And then Johan gets a takedown, takes the lead back, 7-5 in favor of Gomez. Lets him up, though, 7-6. We're going to keep this one close, it looks like. This is the point where, these big boys, they don't want to mess around on the mat. We're gonna throw you, and I'm going to get you down on your back from the neutral position. And that's what we've seen Johan do so far this season as well. As Gomez fires in, but Oakley's able to sprawl out of bounds. Rebick gets up, tries to give a few pointers. Gomez, gets him, gets his legs. There's 3 points for Johan. As he goes to work now, as he's digging his head into the side and kind of armpit of Oakley Kiomala. I don't know if you did that to your sister or if she did that to you, David, but it does not feel good, which is why they do it out on the wrestling mat. 10 seconds left here. Gomez has got a 10-6 lead. He will start on top for the final 10 seconds of the second period here. And he's just trying to not allow an escape to happen. Both of them are probably gassed. My very first wrestling match went to overtime, and I was like, can I have some water? I don't want to do this for another minute. This is difficult. Gomez, though, trying to get the Bobcats on the scoreboard as, according to our count, they are down 14-0. Gomez starts in the down position, see if he can't get an escape here. There's a point, puts him up 11-6, puts him up 5 points. Gomez can get to that 8. That would be nice for a major decision 4, and obviously a pin would be best at 6. As he gets a takedown there, now he's up 14-6. That's 8 points right there. So that's a major decision. Now, don't let the escape and maybe some back points. Not a lot of back points, a lot of escapes, and a lot of takedowns between these two wrestlers. As Gomez gets his left leg free. Gomez is able to sprawl out and try to get position. Oh, they almost get onto the other circle there. I'm waiting for it to happen, David. It is. We saw the wrestling team out right after the game last night. I know you were at the game wearing your a Bill Walton shirt. You know, rock on with that. We had Bill Walton night here in the Roundhouse on KFJB-TV. But they were out here. Man, that basketball game was over. Those hoops were gone, and they were out here putting the mats down very quickly. The whole wrestling team was here to help. So get that set up for a nice 10 a.m. start this morning. We got here at 9. They were doing weigh-ins. All the players were ready to go, and I think I mentioned this during our last duel. My favorite part of any wrestling meet is the 15 minutes after weigh-ins when you can see every wrestler eating for the first time, most likely that morning. As Gomez is on top, has a commanding 17-7 lead with 10 seconds left here. He will not get the reversal for that. I would imagine Gomez will come back on top. Gomez, 8 seconds left here. Will get a major decision to get the Bobcats on the board with 4 points. Let's see what they flash, though. So Gomez will go now 14-2 on the season after that. We can see on the sign. I'll see they got 13 still, and I don't quite understand that math. Well, David, we'll go with 4-13. And I'm going to put a question mark next to Anderson because I think that's where it is. Tech Falls 5. David agrees with me because everything he knows about wrestling, I've taught him in the last 3 weeks. Moving on to the 2:15. Want to make a correction in that first duel for the Bobcats. It was not Ignacio Macias. My eyes were not deceiving me. It was J.J. Schoenfelder that wrestled for the Bobcats. But this is now Tyler Johnston for the Bobcats. Getting a different face in there at the 2:15 weight class. We will see another change here at 150. It won't be Kager Kremer. It will be Jordan Haynes. As Tyler Johnston is not in a great position. The 2:15 for Southeast Polk. Hanson Holden gets a takedown there. Looking for some early back points, but does not receive any. Shout out to the head coach for the Southeast Polk Rams. We have Jake Eggsnitch. And a quick pin there. 51 seconds. For Hanson Holden and the Southeast Polk Rams. So that'll put them up 4-19. Moving on to the heavyweight now, Jackson Hinkle. He did get a pin in the first one in 1:52. Moved him to 6-4 on the day. Facing Cooper Martinson. As Martinson gets the takedown in the first 10 seconds there. Hinkle, though, gets the escape. Hinkle had a good football season for the Bobcats. Junior this year. Excited to see what he can do to continue to grow in the trenches for the Bobcats. I think if you're not playing basketball as a lineman, you need to go out for wrestling. Hand-to-hand combat in the offensive line, defensive line, I think is crucial. As Hinkle allows another takedown, puts Martinson up 6-1 here, and Martinson's now got Hinkle flat on the mat and trying to get that arm control. I'd be surprised if one of the things, Coach Rebick didn't share with the team was how quick those stall calls are. So Hinkle needs to make sure he's trying to build his base here and stay active. Although getting your arm twisted back behind your back like that is never fun. And there Hinkle gets flipped over. And the pin. Minute 24 for Martinson. That'll put the Rams up now 25-4. We go from the big boys down to the little boys. Nicholas Million, let's see if we can get a little excitement out of him again. Boy, that was an exciting pin that he had the third period here. Had to have been a huge confidence boost. Million, though, he'll be facing a Jackson Vestal for Southeast Polk. One of the assistant coaches for Southeast Polk was able to get the few changes in their lineup to me. Moments after their duel ended, I thought we were going to have, maybe a 5-minute warm-up period. That thing started right away. I was on the mat when they were shaking hands. Million is fighting, doesn't want to give up that takedown there as Vestal is on top of him. But Million's not giving up that left leg. Vestal rolling, trying to get something to shake free. Million holding on to that leg like he's a 2-year-old and holding on to his mom's leg in the kitchen. No points awarded so far there. It's got to be. Well, there's an illegal grip. I feel like. No points awarded. I feel like Million was darn close to getting a takedown there as Million shoots in again, and Vestal's trying to work around to the backside there. That would be a 3-point takedown if he can get behind him. This ref does not want to award a takedown to either wrestler here. And there he finally gives 3 points to Southeast Polk's Jackson Vestal. That'll do it for the first period. Not a whole lot of action there, but 3 points finally awarded to Vestal as he takes the lead. Red's choice. Looks like coach. He's going to defer to the third period. Leave it up to Green. Going to start in neutral here for the second period. Vestal again shoots and gets in deep, gets into that leg, but this is where Vestal has been able to, he worked around once to get that 3 points in the first period. All right, reset neutral here. Million sprawls out of that. I bet Million's going to shoot for that left leg again. That's what he's done about 3 times in this match. Call me Brandon Lewis. I'm never wrong. Million shoots in there. Does not want to give up that left leg because Vestal can move around and get the 3-point takedown, as it looks like he might be able to do right here. There's the 3 points awarded. He's up 6-0 now. 45 seconds left here in the second period. It's nice to see we've got a couple groups of cheerleaders that made the trip out. Obviously, we have our very own Marshalltown Bobcats with us, but Southeast Polk brought theirs along with Webster City. Going to reset here. Still 6-0 in favor of Vestal and the Southeast Polk Rams. Overall, the Rams had the lead in this duel, 25-4. If I were to guess, that the Rams are probably ranked in the state. Bobcats were recently snuck into that top 24 for dual teams. Looking to stay in that top 24 to see if they can't make a run at state as well. Million, though, still alive. And he was down like 10 points when he made that flip and got the big pin against Lincoln. Let's see if he can muster up a little more magic right here as well. Million starts on top this time. Stays on top even through that roll. Producer Braga over here is doing a little research on the rankings for us. See where all the teams sit, if we can. You can always, I'll say this again, track wrestling, the Bobcats have done a great job of keeping that up to date for stats for their team, so you can always follow the Allie Morrison duel right there on track wrestling as well. Pull that up on one half of your computer screen and pull up YouTube on the other. Did we get it pulled up? Oh. Well, my assumption was right, as Southeast Polk is ranked number 1. Can you pull that back up for me, David? Producer David was able to track that down for us. See if there's any other teams that are here. Johnston looks like they're ranked number 8. And this is as of January 2nd, so it's about a week old. As Million is still trying to get any points here. As this comes down in the third period, 15 seconds left. Marshalltown comes in at 22nd. Anybody else that's here today? Give a shout out to my alma mater, Pleasant Valley, coming in at 12th. Unfortunately, though, the Bulldogs from Bettendorf were ahead of them. And that'll finish up this third period at the 106 weight class as Million ends up dropping to Vestal 6-0. So that's just a minor decision. There's only 3 points. So 4-28. We should see Jose Corral Coronado, who got a pin in his first match. But then the Bobcats are not wrestling anybody at 126 and 120 weight classes because, like I said, Coach had mentioned earlier, wants to give them a little more confidence down at JV before. I mean, if Southeast Polk is number 1 in the state, and Johnston's number 8, let's not put up a couple freshmen in those spots. Let's have them earn a little confidence here as they continue throughout this long wrestling season. Jose Corral Coronado is a sophomore this year. He is 8-6 on the season. He's wrestling Eddie Woody, who's a freshman from Southeast Polk. Woody typically wrestles at 106, but they made the adjustment to have Vestal come in, and Woody moved up to 113. And we'll see another change for Southeast Polk at the 120 weight class. It'll be Matt Prine. He'll be subbing in for Christopher Lawson. As Woody here is already off to a quick start. He's got 3 points on the takedown. And trying to crank over Corral Coronado as he gets the hips to flip over there, earning back points at this point. Seeing if he can't get some more. Corral Coronado does not have his arms. This is going to be a quick pin here. He's got his 4 back points. Woody has been, there it is. Woody gets that pin in 1 minute and 26 seconds. And it's another 6 points for the Rams. That'll put them up 34-4. Is my math so far good? Just that Anderson one that's tripped us up. Get the thumbs up from our producer there. Bobcats, it would be nice to get a couple wins here. We've got Lucas Bance, Nick Wise, and Anthony Chavez still yet to wrestle. Bance made it to state last year. Nick Wise is 14-1 on the season. Hopefully, between one of those two, we can get a victory. We got a couple forfeits, though, which we'll see all day for the Bobcats at 120 and 126. That is a strategic move by Coach. So it'll be 4-40 and then 4-46. The Bobcats are not going to win this duel. But again, right now it's about individual confidence. Can we get, can Lucas Bance come away getting a victory here? If you win the, 2 of the last 3 against the number 1 dual team in the state, you got to be feeling good coming out of that. I know been trying to find Anderson here on the sidelines just to see his body language because I know he's probably not very happy with the first loss of the year. As Lucas Bance is down there. Had a couple stalling issues in his first match, but still got that minor victory for the Bobcats. He won 5-3. That put him up big in their first duel today. There's 3 points for Southeast Polk. Their wrestler at the 132 is Carter Pearson. Carter Pearson is a senior this year. I'm glad I guessed that they were probably in the top 25, you know. It's like we had a timeout here for a little injury. I think we did. Did I mention that I think it was Knoxville, Marshalltown for the girls? And I want to run down and get an update, but I think I'll have to wait until the end of this duel. And we might just get started a little late on commentary for the next one. As I was running up here as Anderson's match started in this last duel. We're all the way up in the crow's nest here at the Marshalltown Roundhouse. Great day for wrestling. The Allie Morrison duels. Bance currently down now 6-1. But down but not out. There's Anderson sitting there on the sidelines. He's probably just thinking through that match. Bance has got himself in a peculiar position here. He currently sits at 12-4 on the season, so wants to keep this momentum going. Bance, one of two players that made it to state last year for the Bobcats, along with Anderson. There's the towel girl. 8 seconds left here in the first period. Carter Pearson, senior for the Rams, is up 6-1 here at the end of the first over senior Lucas Bance for the Bobcats. Looks like the auxiliary gym, they are done over there or finishing up here soon. So I'll try to get a update from the girls to see how that went. You look at the rosters, though, for the girls, they definitely have, Marshalltown has the most wrestlers. And that is the advantage. As we just saw 2 forfeits, 12 points goes to the Rams there. Another takedown, another escape for Bance. So now Bance is down 9-2. Takedown there for Pearson. That'll put him up 12-2. And now he's got Bance on his back here. Bance in a cradle position. It's almost like Pearson's body is in the way, so he can't see the shoulders of the referee there, because this is the longest I think I've seen somebody on their back without a pin call. So that'll be 4 points. So that'll put him up 14. He hasn't awarded those yet, so he's only going for the pin. He does not have Bance flipped at all, and he's kind of getting up a little high now. Can Bance make a move? Or is his neck just twisted in such a way that it doesn't look like his body was flipped? Oh, there he's got Bance over. There it is. Pin. 3 minutes, 24 seconds. That'll put the Rams up 52-4. And confirmed by little brother and mom. It's Nick Wise out there. New haircut, fresh cut. Got them all cut. Coming out at 138. Against Will Oberbrokling. a junior from Southeast Polk. Wise is also a junior. Wise won his last match. He got a pin in 2 minutes and 23 seconds. He is now 14-1 on the season. Well, Mom, haircut looks good. I know Liz is watching out there, or will watch back, so the two guards, always a good look. Wise allows a takedown by Oberbrookling. So Wise they were out of bounds. They'll reset in the center of the mat there with Wise on bottom and Oberbrookling on top. Gomez so far with the only win for the Bobcats, a 17-7 major decision that gave them the 4 points. Gomez has yet to lose on KFJB-TV this season. Wise, see if he can't break that grip and stand up here as he's got 35 seconds left in the first period. So Wise has got to probably weigh right about 139.8 because he is able to wrestle at 138 like he's doing right here, and they put him at 144 in that last round. So he's, with that 2 pounds, is able to kind of float back and forth for the Bobcats. A little bit of equipment malfunction there. Have you ever worn headgear, David? No? Never worn headgear before? It can get twisted like that real easy. One of the coaches for Southeast Polk, as I was down there talking to him, though, clearly did not wear headgear. And his ears, cauliflower ear to the max. Also meant, I realized, I don't want to see that guy in a dark alley. You see somebody with cauliflower ear, you do not mess with them. All right, equipment fixed. We got 3 seconds left here in the first period. Wise does get an escape here, so it's going to end 3-1. Green gets to pick. He's going to most likely defer. Yep, he defers, goes to red. Wise is going to pick bottom. That's the strategy we've seen with the Bobcats. They like to get that escape, and then now it's 3 points on the takedown, so an escape and a takedown puts him up 5-3. So Wise is trying to crawl out of it, and there he goes. 3-2. It is anyone's match right now. You can see he kind of faked a shot there to see how he would react, and he sees that his opponent's going to sprawl back, so they've got to move to the center of the mat here a little bit, and I would imagine they're aware of that. At some point, though, is it stalling for him standing out of bounds? That's my question right here. This guy's been quick to call it all day. And if he can't shoot in, Nick's got to do something to bring him back into the center of the circle to get the takedown points. He's barely got his left foot still inside the circle there. Now they're out of bounds. That's all it took. They should still be in the neutral position here. 51 seconds left in the second period. A little more equipment malfunction. Wise comes over to take a drink. Another thing Revick said as I was down there talking to him as he's coming over to coach Revick there, the young guy. He said, I'm almost more nervous now as a coach than I was as a player. He's like, I want them to succeed so bad that, you know, when I'm out there, it's just me and I know what I can do. But when it's somebody else out there and I know what they're capable of, you know, I want to make sure that they're they know it too. Really cool to see that maturity in Nick here, as I believe he's only 20, 21 years old. So last year he was a referee out here, and 2 years ago, the first time we did the Allie Morrison duels on KFJB-TV, he got mad at me because I called him short. I'm sorry. We got 30 seconds left here. We got Nick Wise for the Bobcats, Will Oberbrookling from the Rams. See, he's just been out of bounds this entire match, and you're limiting what Wise can really do because he can't shoot in, because that'll be out of bounds right away. Although I feel like the ref was saying something, and maybe they'll talk a little bit after this round finishes. Oh, out of bounds again. Then come back to neutral. He doesn't say anything to either of the players, it looks like. They're just going to reset. Towel Girls out there with 6 seconds left here in the second period. 3-2. Wise has had 2 escapes. He's starting the bottom position to start period 2, and now it'll be up to Will and how they start round 3. And Will picks the bottom here for the Rams. Wise hasn't had a takedown, so we haven't seen him on the top position yet until just now, and he immediately goes to work. He's trying to get that hand. You can get their hand down between their legs, and then you can grab it. Puts them in a tough position. Nick has got that left leg. He's not going to give it up. He's trying to reach under his legs there again. Nick does not give up the escape here, and they're out of bounds now, so they should reset with Wise on top. 1:03 left as they both take a look there at the scoreboard. All right, so he lets the escape up here. A takedown still gives him the victory. Will Oberbrockling, I apologize if I'm messing that up. Tomish, not an easy name to grow up with either. .30 seconds left here. Wise has to get a takedown. They've been playing there on the outside of the mat the entire match. Nick doesn't want to give up the takedown here, as he is doing whatever he can to stay free, but they are close to being out of bounds. So he shoots in. 7 seconds left, so you know Wise is just going to shoot right off the bat here as he takes a look at the scoreboard, walking back to the center mat. They should be in neutral position. He's going to shoot right away for that leg. You can see he took a step forward there even. You know he's going right off the bat. Ooh. Nick, you got to go, buddy. 2 seconds left. Calls him out of bounds. Is he going to end it, or is he going to give him 1 second here? And that'll do it then. Will Oberbrockling gets the victory over Nick Wise, giving Nick his second loss of the year. That's okay. Can't win them all there. But it was just a minor decision, putting them up 55-4. And we'll move to 144. We'll have Anthony Chavez wrestling against Wiley Johnson from Southeast Polk. It appears that Wiley is a sub from the last round as well. Then we should have one more match. Jordan Hines for the Bobcats up against Logan Trineri. As Johnston gets a takedown right away for the Rams here, earning himself 3 points. Reversal, 2 points there for Chavez. Looks like we are just waiting up here in round 3 for this Bobcat Rams duel to finish, and then we'll start round 4. And I'm not sure who we're going to wrestle. I think it might be Johnston. So, because I believe it'll be the Pool A winner against Pool B's second place. Excuse me. Against Pool B's second place. And then the Pool B winner against Pool A second place. I believe third place will then play each other as well. And then fourth place will get a bye. That is my understanding. Now, I'm going to have to run down and then run back up here between these duels to figure it out. And if it's as quick as between the last ones, I'm probably going to be on the mat at some point there. All right, we're getting ready. Chavez here is on top. Got the reversal, which is how it was 3-2. He was takedown by Johnston. Reversal by Chavez. And then Chavez allows an escape. So 4-2 in favor of Johnston and the Rams. You can see Chavez has got that leg there of Wiley Johnson from the Rams. There, Johnson gets the takedown, 7-2. I would argue, though, that he had that leg the entire time. I don't know. So they're going to start here, round 2 in the neutral position. 7-2, Johnson over Chavez. Chavez for the Bobcats is in the blue and red singlet, where Johnson with Southeast Polk is in the all-black. Ooh, trips him up and takes down Chavez right to the mat for 3 more points. That's 10-2 now with 1:40 left here in the second period. I do love to see just all the other wrestlers here kind of watching and seeing what's going on. These tournaments can be a ton of fun with the right teammates, that's for sure. You know, Sioux City probably woke up real early. David, I don't know if I've ever told you, one time we had a tournament about 2 hours away. I weighed in 3 pounds overweight. Guess what I had to do at 3:30 in the morning? Sweatshirt and sweatpants, get into the wrestling room and hit the bike. As Johnson doesn't want to give it up and gets the takedown there. 13-3 in favor of Johnson and the Rams. Rams overall are winning this duel 55-4. The only win was Johan Gomez so far for the Bobcats at the 190 weight class. And Chavez, is he going to get a reversal here? That should be 2 points. And now he's in position. Can he make a move in the last 45 seconds here in the second period? Going right into round 4 is what that announcement was. No break. Chavez lets up an escape, so now it's 14-5 with 15 seconds left here in the second period. Chavez needs to either close the gap or get a pin here. That's the goal for the third period as Johnston tries to work around one more time to get 3 more points before the period ends. No points given. We'll go in with a 9-point difference into round 3. Johnson starts on the bottom as Chavez is on top. Illegal grip to start. Just a warning. Chavez down 9 right now, 14-5. So he needs to either close the gap for a minor decision or get a pin to get the victory, and 6 points for the Bobcats. As Chavez looks like he allows does not award the escape as he maintains control here with a quick one-legged takedown. Chavez lets him up. There's an escape and another point there for Johnson. We will have one last match at the 150 weight class as the other 2 duels are already finished up for this round, round 3 at the Allie Morrison duels. So if it's 1A against 2B, then I would imagine Johnston won on the other side if they're the number 8 team in the state. And they beat Sioux City East 81-0. I believe Webster City 80-0. It looks like they probably beat Cedar Falls 58-17. If I'm reading that correctly, as Johnston is hanging out on the far mat. There you see Johnston hanging out right over there. So there's 22 seconds left, 16-8 in favor of Johnson and the Southeast Polk Rams. So he looks to get 3 for a takedown there, 19-8. 10 seconds left, but he's earning back points. As Chavez avoids that to the best of his ability, gives up 2 points though. And that will end this match with a major decision for Johnson, 21-8, awarding 4 more points Southeast Polk to put it at 59-4. That gap between 1 and 22, I think, is bigger than people realize. As we'll see Jordan Hines out there for the Bobcats in the red and white singlet there, wrestling against Logan Trineri, the senior for Southeast Polk. Trineri already got a quick takedown and allowed an escape. He gets another takedown and potentially some back points. Trineri's just trying to find what arm can he take control of as he starts tipping back. Hines. You can see him counting back points now. He's going to get at least 2, 3, 4. He's got the 4 down on his hands. He's just okay. There's the 4 points awarded. That puts Trinary up 10-1. Hear the Bobcat teammates yelling out to him to fight, stick with it. Stop for an illegal grip, reset. There's 2 back points. 12-1 now. You can see him. He's got his arm. We've all been there, especially if you've had a sibling. We've all been there. That is not comfortable. My shoulder hurts just looking at that. As the first period now ends 12-1. We'll continue watching this here, the Allie Morrison duels on KFJB-TV. We will take a quick commercial break in between these 2 duels. I'm going to hop down, though, see if I can't figure out what's going to happen here in round 4 for us. So, with no break in between, now might be my only opportunity to see what's going on. So, David will send it to break right after this finishes up. The Southeast Polk Rams will beat the Bobcats here, as it's currently a score of 59-4 on the team side. This is the last match. Jordan Hines up against Logan Trinary for the Southeast Polk Rams. We'll head into round 4, and then we'll have our round 5 championship round after that.
Auto loans at Lennox Employees Credit Union are not just for cars. If you are looking to purchase a new or used motorcycle, boat, snowmobile, or other recreational vehicle, look no further. Lennox Employees Credit Union has low loan rates, and the loan process is so easy. Visit lennoxecu.com for rates and membership eligibility information, or go to 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown to visit with one of our loan officers. Lennox Employees Credit Union, member NCUA.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
Sioux City East going to Polk in that one on the South Roundhouse. Cedar Falls and Southeast Polk in the middle. And Johnston, Marshalltown over on mat 3 in the North Roundhouse mat.
Welcome back to KFJB-TV. I am Zach Tomish. We are starting round 4 of the Allie Morrison duels right here at the Marshalltown Roundhouse. David Braga, the on-site TV producer, with us today. Thank you, David. Just learned, talking to Liz Wise there for a second, the guy that Nick wrestled was number 4 in the state. Tough match for Nick against the Rams. The other thing she mentioned, she goes, Nick, if you would have just taken 2 steps back, he would have been called for stalling. So, interesting how that kind of works. But, moving on, we got Johnston, ranked number 8 as dual teams. So a tough day for the Bobcats, who's ranked 22nd in the state as a dual team. Doing my best to run around and make sure we got the right guys going. Should be the same lineup. All Cross said to me is same as dual 1. As I said, hey, any changes? That means we'll see J.J. Schoenfelder. And I believe we saw Colby Cross instead of Anthony Chavez. So, starting at the 165 weight class for Johnston, that'll be Caden Leonard. For the Bobcats, that'll be fresh off his first loss of the season, 15-1, Xavier Anderson. I don't know if I want to be Caden Leonard right now after Anderson takes his first loss of the year. So, here we go. See how Anderson can bounce back today. They get bumped out of bounds there. Looks like we got some more referees out here because the girls' side is over. I did not check. Now I'm realizing I did not check to see how that finished up. So maybe I'll just send a message here to Ryan and Stacy. Nothing yet. 60 seconds into this one. Both players are trying to feel each other out. What openings do we each have? Anderson fires in there. On the middle mat, it looks like we have Southeast Polk versus Cedar Falls. And then on the far mat is North Polk. Are we thinking that's the Sioux City East? So it does not look like Webster City. I don't see any purple over there. Looks like Webster City then is on their bye. 34 seconds left here in the first period. No points scored. Still in the neutral position. There's 8 seconds left. Anderson's just got to avoid a takedown here. We can go into period 2, tied 0-0. It's kind of like one of those pitching duels in baseball. Nobody's scoring a point. Anderson on bottom to start round 2. Got his hand hooked up kind of right around the neck area there, but since he's got his arm hooked, it is not an illegal grab. Anderson just holds that base steady. Now tries to stand up with it. Remember, getting the escape is 1 point, and that'll put them in the lead. And he breaks Anderson back down to the base, so they'll reset in the middle of the mat with Anderson on bottom. This is Caden Leonard, a senior for the Johnston Dragons. As Leonard picks up Anderson and puts him back down on the mat there. .50 seconds left here in the second period. No points scored. No one could get anything when they were neutral. Anderson has not been able to make an escape happen here in the second round. And Leonard has not been able to get any back points either. So they are just going at it still. Anderson trying to stand up, build his base here. You can see Leonard's left foot is trying to stay in the mat there to keep this going. Anderson, now they're out of bounds. 8 seconds left, no points scored. But they're working hard. I would tell you they are feeling it at the moment. Anderson tries to just do a quick roll to get out of there for an escape. 3, 2, 1. No points scored. 2 periods deep. All right, this time Anderson will start on top. Leonard will start on bottom for round 3. Haven't seen Anderson on top yet in this one. Caution. I believe it's Anderson's. Well, not quite sure there, but there's 1 point now given to Leonard. Anderson has his work cut out for him now. The minute 40 left here in the third period. 1-0 Leonard over Anderson. Anderson's got to make a move here. He's got to find the weakness. He's got to find the momentum going one way or the other just to get a takedown. Takedown puts him up 3-1. Reset to the center of the mat. 57 seconds left here. You can see in the top right corner, the Dragons have all eyes on this. And what you can't see in the bottom right corner is the Bobcats have all their eyes on this match too. As Anderson shoots in here, trying to get to that left leg. Anderson, can he pick him up, get him in a bad position? There you go. If he can get his leg free and come around, that would be 3 points. He's got 30 seconds left to get the takedown here. He gets that left leg free. You can see Leonard's got his right arm on Anderson's leg there, and that's what's preventing Anderson to be able to come around and get the points. As Leonard's able to get a takedown for 3 points. He goes up 4-0 now with 12 seconds left. Anderson sees, just trying to do whatever he can at the moment. I think he takes a look up at the scoreboard there and realizes what's about to happen. As Johnston starts out with a great match between Leonard and Anderson. Anderson drops 2 matches in a row after getting a pin in 13 seconds earlier today. Just a minor decision, but it's a big one. Johnston up 3-0 to start this. Dalton Zednicek coming in for the Bobcats here, a junior. Dalton so far today is 1-1, I believe. Got a pin in the first match against North Polk. Correct, in 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Then he lost. He got pinned in 5 minutes and 12 seconds. That last one against Southeast Polk. Zednicek facing off against Jacob Helgeson. They're going to come back to the neutral position. Helgeson is a senior for the Johnston Dragons. Dalton is a junior. Dalton is currently 9-6 on the year now. Came in today 8-5. You know, I really do kind of like these out-of-bounds rules where there is a lot more wrestling, not as much stoppage. I'm for it. We've been burning through some of these duels. It's only taken about an hour for a couple of them. We're in round 4. Not even 2 o'clock yet here at the Marshalltown Roundhouse as Helgeson gets a takedown there, 3 points. Zednicek building his base here. Oh, you can see that chicken wing in by Helgeson. That'll end the first period, 3-0, Helgeson over Zednicek. Looks like period 2 is going to start with Helgeson on bottom for the Dragons. Zednicek trying to break down the base. Helgeson just trying to get another point escape here, and Helgeson wins that one. Zednicek seeing what he can find, and it looks like Helgeson finds the opening there, ends up getting the 3 points for the takedown. Helgeson now up 7-0 on Zednicek. Minute left here in the second period, 7-0 Helgeson over Zednicek. Helgeson gets Zednicek down. Is starting to earn some back points. Looks like he got three there. Puts them up 10-0 now. I have confirmation from Marshalltown Athletic Director Ryan Isgrig that the girls did win the Allie Morrison duels over in the auxiliary gym. So shout out Coach Isaiah Cox, his first time coaching the Allie Morrison duels and getting the victory for the girls, as Helgeson gets Zednicek really working him over, trying to get those legs to flip. 4 back points given to Helgeson, puts him up 14-0 as we head into the third period. What's Dalton going to pick here? Dalton's going to pick neutral. Takedown wins it. He wants to do it. He wants to be taken down instead of letting up an escape. I can respect that. If you're going to beat me, you're going to have to take me down. That's what he said by picking neutral there. As Helgeson is able to get in deep into those legs. Zednicek's got to hold on to that foot. As Helgeson gets it, there it is. That's the tech fall there. In 4 minutes and 23 seconds for 5 points for Johnston. That puts them up 8-0. Moving on now to the 190. 4 for 4 himself. Johan Gomez has yet to lose on KFJB-TV. He was the only one to win in that last match against the Southeast Polk Rams. He is now 14-2 on the season, looking to make it back to state. He didn't make it last year, but I believe he made it the year before. Somebody who is a senior leader for the Bobcats here on the wrestling mat gets a takedown 20 seconds into this match here. And already feeling good. Lets him up, but goes and gets a takedown again. So he should be up 6-1 now. Lets him up. 6-2. Shoots in again. Why not, says Gomez. As he muscles around, there's another takedown. I think he realizes he's on kind of the edge of the mat here. It'd be smarter just to maybe let him up at this point. Or try and cradle him, I guess. You can see he's got his arm and leg wrapped between or pinned together in his arms, but he doesn't have the head in there. Typically, you want the head to do a cradle as well. They're out of bounds now, so they'll reset with Gomez on top as Rebick jumps out real quick to give him a piece of advice. I'm sure Gomez and Rebick have spent a ton of time together on the wrestling mat as they're just a couple years apart. Looks like Gomez is just going to let him. Oh, not going to just let him up. Maybe fooled him. Faked him out a little bit. A lot of times when you see them put their hands on the back like that, they're just going to let him up right away. But Gomez falls down on top of him to maintain control. He is up 9-2 with 3 takedowns. Now 9-3. Let 3 escapes go. But we're only a minute and a half into this first period. Gomez shoots deep, gets another 3 points there. 12-3, up 9 with 20 seconds left in the first period. Gomez has got to realize where he's at on the mat again as they get closer and closer to that edge. And he wants to throw him onto Rebick's lap a little bit. As they'll reset with Gomez on top. 9 seconds left as the towel girl is out there. David, we need to get you to be the towel boy sometime. Five seconds left here. Sandy Sayek is the wrestler for the Johnston Dragons here. He is a senior. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. That's what the assistant coach said to me, and he said, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly when he said it to me. So sometimes when you're running between matches here trying to find the right coach, you roll with what you've got. I've got now the entire standings for the girls. As Gomez lets him up one more time, he is now up 15-4. Marshalltown first place, Knoxville second place, West Fork third place, BGM fourth place, BCLUW, South Hardin fifth place, and Columbus Catholic in sixth place. So that's how that ended up on the girls' side over in the auxiliary gym. Good to see the Bobcats get the victory today. Jeremy also sent that up, so shout out Jeremy there doing the PA. Here in the roundhouse as Gomez gets the victory. I mean, I think we all kind of saw that one coming. A tech fall for Gomez there, giving him 5 points. So now it's 5-8 in favor of the Dragons. Move on to J.J. Schoenfelder here at 2:15. We saw him in the first round. 2:15 for the Dragons. It's going to be Colby Gibbons. And Schoenfelder gets pinned here in in 26 seconds. Schoenfelder down to Colby Gibbons there of the Dragons. So that'll put the Dragons up now 14-5. Heavyweights, Jackson Hinkle 1-1 today as well. Puts him at 6-5 on the year. Jackson, I think, is another guy that likes to find the camera. I think we found that out during football season. Jackson going up against Nick Darling for the Johnston Dragons, as I think they're just trying to figure out which one's stronger here. Hinkle gets around and gets the 3 points now and is trying to figure out what to do next. Jackson lets him up there, so it's 3-1 now. Darling, a senior for the Dragons. Jackson, a junior. Again, Mat 3 is moving the slowest, but I think Marshalltown's got consistently the most wrestlers in Southeast Polk and Johnston as well. Getting close to that out of bounds there. No stoppage in wrestling, though. They continue on. 35 seconds left in the first period. Hinkle up 3-1 over Darling. Team score-wise, Johnston is winning 14-5. Last 10 seconds here. Hinkle tries to throw him, but too close to that out of bounds. Tried to throw him all the way onto the other circle is really what he was trying to do. We got 4, 3, 2, 1. Hinkle ends the first period up 3-0. Decides to defer for the third period as Darling from Johnston picks bottom. Did get an escape here, so that would, if he gets an escape, that would be a good way to go 3-2 and get you back to the neutral position. Hinkle just tries to trip him here and maintains control. Ends up Darling gets the escape there, so now it's 3-2. Darling's just trying to muscle Hinkle over here as he's going to get 3 points for the takedown right there. And now he's just trying to get muscle Hinkle over. No back points yet. He's not past that 45-degree angle. Oh, there's a count. There's another. There's 3, 4. Hinkle has got a bridge out of there. He is able to bridge out of there. 4 back points, though, are awarded there to Darling. That's a 7-point swing there in about 20 seconds. So Darling's now up 9-3. Hinkle, though, had a really good bridge where you push the top of your head and your hips as high as you can to keep your shoulders off of the mat there. So he was able to bridge and then roll over. Hinkle going for that right leg there. Can't get it. As Darling is just trying to muscle him over. Not much that Darling can do here. Hinkle's been able to hold it off so far. He's got 5 seconds left and just not get pinned. And there it is. It should be Hinkle's decision here on what he wants to do, and coach says neutral, and Hinkle follows. Hinkle wants to throw him, use that weight against him. And it looks like Darling might get, there it is, the 3 points for the takedown before they slip out of bounds here. And there it is, out of bounds. 12-3 now with 59 seconds left. Hinkle he looks tired out there. And I don't blame him. It's not easy to move around a body that's 285 pounds. I'm not talking about his. I'm talking about the other guy he's wrestling. Trying to get him on his back. Darling is keeping control there of that left hand. Tried to put in the 3/4 Nelson. I'm actually surprised of all the cheerleaders, no Johnston cheerleaders. I feel like they're a pretty big school down in the metro. The end of the third period there. Hinkle takes the loss 12-3. That was a major decision. So 4 points awarded to the Dragons. Puts them up 5-18 as we move to 106 and Nicholas Million. Freshman, 2 losses today, puts him at 9-8 on the day. Wrestling against Isaac Bierman, a sophomore for the Dragons. And Bierman quickly gets a takedown there and 3 points on Million. Million, though, gets the escape. So 3-1. Takes a shot, tries to get into that left leg there. Doesn't want to let go of it. Million trying to keep that base and keep his arms free, as Bierman has gotten 2 takedowns on Million so far this round. It's like Million was trying to keep a leg there, but Bierman's able to get it free and starts cranking over on Million. Nicholas Million, only a freshman, wrestling at 106. Does look like he has some experience under his belt. Be nice to see how he grows a little bit, both physically and with the sport, as he gets tipped back here. And again, having a wrestler at 106 is better than not. Even if it's that 90-pound kid that's walking the hallways, because a lot of times you'll take a forfeit because it's tough to find high schoolers as little as 106, especially nowadays. Green gets to decide. He looks over at coach. He's going to pick bottom. Million will start on top. Million down 9-1 here. Also just like to thank everybody out on our roads, because we've got Sioux City here. We've got Johnston. We've got North Polk, Webster City, people coming from all over, especially on the girls' side as well. Did you know, David, they canceled an NBA game today due to ice in Atlanta? The Rockets were supposed to play the Hawks today at 2 o'clock. That game was canceled due to ice. It doesn't stop us here in Iowa. We've got snow, I would imagine, across the state. And we all still made it out today here at the Allie Morrison Duels at the Marshalltown Roundhouse. Million gives up an escape there. Or excuse me, reversal. Then he gets an escape. Ends up back in neutral, 11-2. It would be great if Million could cut this down to a minor decision here instead of a major and avoid that tech fall and pin altogether. Because for Johnston being 8th in the state, and we are now 5 matches deep, they're only down 13 points as a team. They are within striking distance, and some of their best wrestlers are still yet to come, with Wise, Cross, Bance, and Wright. As Million's just got to do what he can here as a freshman to avoid that pin. Because, again, just going back to what I was saying earlier, if you get somebody in there at the 106 position and they avoid a pin, well, you've already saved yourself potentially 1, 2, 3 points, depending on how it comes out. It looks like Million really kind of got wrapped up there on the top of his neck and is not feeling good right now as the trainers come out to take a look at him. It was not a fun position. It did not look like there. As we'll check over here on, and see there on the left side of your screen, mat number 3 going on, as mat 2 also has a little bit of an injury. It looks like maybe a cramp there for Southeast Polk, but we can see some far action going on. It looks like North Polk and, who did we say that was? We decided that was Sioux City because there's no purple out there on the mat for Webster City, as the center mat there is Cedar Falls and Southeast Polk. Million, though, at least is sitting up now, so that looks good. as they're back wrestling there in the center mat too. Southeast Polk and Cedar Falls at the 144 weight class. I would guess, unless the Bobcats come out with a victory here, which they still can, they're down 5 to 18 at the moment. If they win, I've got a feeling they'll play Cedar Falls. If they lose to Johnston, I bet they wrestle Sioux City East. So we'll see as this continues to move on here, but we are still in an injury timeout for the Bobcats as Million is getting his neck looked at, as he was cranked pretty good there, kind of on top of his head and his neck. So the back points were awarded as well. As you see, it's now 14-2 for Million. Trainer's going through range of motions with him, so looks so far so good. Looks good for Million. We appreciate, though, our trainers here helping all the boys and girls, making sure they stay safe out there in the mat. We've had a couple bloody noses, as to be expected as we're wrestling out here. Let's go ahead and take one commercial break here, as we got a break in action. Hopefully Million will feel better right after this, or right after that. But you are watching Allie Morrison Duels right here on KFJB-TV.
My son absolutely adores scouting.
Scouting hides values through fun.
My son's most favorite experience was going to South Korea as part of the World Scout Jamboree. He met people from all over the world. He gets access to so many different programs that he wouldn't have available to him otherwise, and the hands-on leadership is invaluable.
Andrew's building confidence because of scouting, and that's going to help him as he approaches interviews or jobs or even friendships later in life. I would recommend putting your kids in scouting. It's a great way for them to learn skills while having fun.
Welcome back to the Allie Morrison Duels on KFJB-TV. I am Zach Tomish, alongside our TV producer today. We got David Braga with us, and it looks like Million is feeling good. He's all right. Trainer checked him out, kind of in an awkward position with himself stacked on top of his head and neck. All is safe. Back points were awarded, 14-2. As Isaac Bierman is ahead of Nicholas Million here in the second period. 40 seconds left. Yeah, I think Million's feeling all right as he's moving around pretty quick there on the mat. Bierman shoots in, tries to get a takedown here. Moves around, gets 3 points. So Bierman is just going to award the escape, as they stopped that for an illegal grip. And then Bierman comes around to get the 3-point takedown and to get the victory. That is a tech fall there in 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So that'll put the Dragons now up 23-5. Still in striking distance, David. We're still in striking distance. Johnston ranked 8th as a dual team. Bobcats ranked 22nd. As we now see Jose Corral Coronado, a sophomore for the Bobcats. Today, can't remember, he did get a pin in that first one in 3 minutes and 41 seconds. He lost in the second one by getting pinned. 1-1 today pushes him to 8-7 on the season. Takedown, though, already for Michael Diet. Diet is a junior for the Dragons, up 3-0 on Corral Coronado. As Jose here stands up, gets the escape, 3-1. But Diet keeps the pressure on and shoots right away. Gets deep into the legs and picks up Coronado and puts him right back down on the mat. And Coronado might have gotten hurt when he was taken down to the mat. As Coach Cross is coming out to check on his player, and it looks like I don't see the trainer running out here right away, but we can try to maybe take a look and see what's going on in the other mats here. As you see the far mat, Sioux City East and North Polk, and the center mat here, Cedar Falls and Southeast Polk. Coronado, though, shaking his head, feels good. Feels all right. He's going to get a point for not bringing him to the mat safely. And they're going to start in the neutral position here. Johnston coach is clarifying that he did get a takedown still, so he should be awarded those points. That looks correct. 6-2. So what happened, he brought him to the mat illegally. We all saw that pick up and drop down, which is what probably knocked the wind out of Coronado a little bit. Gets his wind back, and due to that, gets a point for the escape. They start back in neutral, and now we're back at it. Coronado's just trying to trip up that leg as he's holding Diet's left leg up in the air, tripping over the right leg. Coronado knows he's got to bring him back to the center of the mat a little bit. Trips him up. There we go. Can he get the three-point takedown and get behind? He gets 3 points there on Diet. It is now 6-5. Sophomore battling a junior. The 113 weight class here. Out of bounds, move back to the center of the mat with 24 seconds left. Coronado said, "You're not getting away today." Keeps Diet back down on the mat. Got 12 seconds left here in the first period. 6-5 in favor of the Dragon. Out of bounds, 5 seconds left here in the first period. Coronado should stay on top here. Looking at our Hy-Vee scoreboard, you can see the Dragons up 6-5 in this match. Michael Diet for the Dragons and Jose Coronado for the Bobcats. That'll do it for the first period here. Red choice. Looks like Coach defers to the third period. Green choice, Dragon. He wants to go neutral. He does have 2 takedowns, so I can understand why he wants to go neutral here. Overall, the Dragons are up as a team, 23-5, ranked number 8 in the state for duels, as the Bobcats come in at 22nd. Southeast Polk, first in state, dominated the Bobcats earlier today. And Diet looking to maybe get a takedown here before they go out of bounds. There's the 3 points awarded for a takedown, and they're out of bounds now, so they'll reset with Diet on top in the center of the mat. It appears the middle mat is done as Southeast Polk gets the victory over Cedar Falls 68-9, where they beat the Bobcats 65-4. Corral Coronado trying to stand up here to get his 1-point escape, but Diet looks like he's getting ready to flip him over to his back and start earning some back points. Maybe not. There it is. And there's the pin. We'll go 2 minutes and 54 seconds. It's the second pin for the Dragons here against the Bobcats. That'll put them up 5-29. Moving on to the 120 weight class, the Dragons will get a forfeit here, 6 points. And they'll get a forfeit at 126 as well. I think that was a smart move by head coach Lucas Cross. If you've got some guys struggling there, let's not put them up against the number 1 and number 8 dual teams in the state. Let's build some confidence down in JV. So that way, at the end of the year, when you need to be performing as a dual team, you've got a little more confidence in your guys. So they'll take a couple forfeits here in a row. 126 is Gus Kirwan for Johnston. And 120 will be Chandrell Thompson. Now that'll get us to 132, where we've seen Lucas Bantz go 1-1 today so far for the Bobcats. Bantz got that 5-3 win against North Polk, and ended up getting pinned in 3 minutes and 24 seconds against Southeast Polk. Bantz will be facing off against Joshua Anglo, a senior for the Johnston Dragons. We should see Bantz, Cross, Wise, Kremer, Wright. I don't know if they can get all the points needed to get a dual victory here, but they can make some noise. Okay, they cannot. My math is telling me 5 matches left. If they all get pins, that's 30 points. So they cannot catch up to that 41 team score of Johnston. But I think Nick Wise wants to come back after. So he gets the takedown, and the ref is saying that the takedown happened in the circle. So 3 points were just awarded there to Anglo. And Anglo will now start on top as they reset. I'm not sure he got that takedown within the circle. And Anglo now gets Bantz in a bad position. And Bantz is trying to bridge out of it as he gives up 4 back points. It's 7-0 now. That was a huge swing to give him that takedown. But maybe that's that new rule this year going into effect. They're letting him play a little bit longer. Bantz gets the escape, so it's 7-1 now. They're in the neutral position. I'm sure Coach Cross and Bantz are thinking, what the heck just happened? But you got to move on, and you got, 30 seconds to go still in this first round. Reset here with 14 seconds to go. Bantz down 7-1. I know we'll check in with head coach Lucas Cross later this week on KFJB, and I'll see if I can't get that full interview out. Thanks for the replay here, David. Okay, so he was stretching his right foot out. I can see the argument there, but boy howdy. Now Anglo, replay that. We see what happened here, David. Did we see what happened in a replay? Nope. Okay. Anglo is down on the mat right now. We've had a couple injuries here in this duel with Johnston, and we'll make sure that our players and athletes are okay moving forward. See if we can't check out. We still have a duel going on our far mat. Again, that's North Polk, and we have decided to say Sioux City East. Again, no purple tells us it's not Webster City. As I earlier got Webster City confused with Johnston because they're both purple. Looks like Anglo's going to be okay. That's a 144 weight class over there for North Polk. 144 is Augustine Schaefer. And we're getting ready here back on mat 3. 10-1 in favor of Anglo. Now 11-1. As Bance has got some work to do. 12-5 on the season. Made it to state last year. Wants to do it again his senior year here. Anglo gets around, gets the takedown. That's 14-1. He might be going, he's going for the tech fall here. He gets a takedown. That'll put him up 17-2. That'll be 15-point tech fall. 5 points awarded to Johnston. Let's see if that's the angle Anglo's looking for. And there it is. That's the takedown. 5 points for a tech fall in 2 minutes and 44 seconds. That puts the Dragons up now 46-5. I believe this will be Nick Wise here at 138. Wrestling up against Isaiah Madison from Johnston. Nick, so far 1-1 on the day. Pretty frustrated, I think, after that last match where he lost 3-2. And if you remember, his opponent was kind of hanging out on the outside of the circle the entire time. His mom said if you would have just taken a step back, you might have had a better chance. So let's see if he takes mom's advice in this round. Going up against Isaiah Madison, sophomore for the Dragons. You can see Nick's there trying to keep that right foot in bounds so it doesn't go out of bounds. It's interesting to watch these wrestlers. That new rule, I think from the last time we watched in December to now, they're adapted a little bit more to it. Nick is just trying to muscle him over here. If he can get his legs over, that should be a takedown. There's the 3-point takedown. And now he's getting back points. Wise has got to make sure he's got to be wise here and keep his feet in bounds. Now he pushes him more towards the center of the mat. Listening to mom a little bit here. Getting away from that out of bounds line. So Wise is now up 7-0. Getting some back points there. He's got the chicken wing in. You know, sometimes you don't think your body will bend a certain way, and then you watch a wrestling match, and you're like, oh, maybe it can. Because that left arm has got to not be feeling good there for Madison, as they now work all the way out of bounds and almost end up in the referee's lap there. They'll reset. 3 back points awarded to Wise. He's up 10-0 now in the first period. I always love when the wrestling team is doing concessions for baseball because Nick will walk around the stands with stuff, and he's thrown me a free hot dog here and there, so I can't complain about that. I know I said on Friday I'm not a big hot dog guy on KFJB, but if it's free, it's hard to say no. Nick is just trying to crank him over, and there he gets the hips to flip. As you can see, Madison is doing that bridge technique that I was talking about earlier as Hinkle did it, where you get up on, put your hips as high into the air as you can, get up on that top of the head to keep your shoulders off the mat. Wise will start round 2 on the bottom here. He gets an escape, and it's game over. Up 14-0. And that's what he's going to do right there. That's the escape. Set him down nicely. Be nice about it. He is 3 points. Potentially getting a pin here. Oh, he called it a reversal, I guess. Potentially getting a pin. That's why they will continue to allow this to go. But once he comes back on the mat, tech fall given to Nick Wise at 138. Good match for him. Tech fall in a 2 minutes and 18 seconds. We've seen a lot of tech falls today. Gives the Bobcats they're now down 10-46. Move on to 144 weight class. I believe this is Colby Cross here. Been waiting for the right time to ask Coach Cross about Colby because it's tough. It's got to be tough coaching your own kid. And not that he's been very animated really all day, but I always look over, and he doesn't say much when Colby's out on the mat either. 144 weight class. Colby is a sophomore for the Bobcats, and we've got, I believe, Caleb Haas, a senior for the Dragons here. As Haas gets the takedown to start. Up 3-0. Reset in the middle of the mat. Colby will be on bottom. There's Coach Cross right there. And then you got former Bobcat state qualifier Nick Rebick right above him. Rebick helped out with baseball as well. Does a little electrician work here in town during his free time. There's 4 points given up, back points. It's now 7-0 in favor of Haas. So we just heard here on the announcement, Southeast Polk will be wrestling Sioux City East, which makes me think Webster City might be next for the Bobcats. We don't know. All I know is the bracket that was given to me had rounds 4 and 5 completely blank, and no one seemed to know who was going to face who later in the day. But I've got a sneaking suspicion Johnston and Southeast Polk want to avoid each other today if possible. As we see Colby Cross here starting the second period on top, down 7-0 against Caleb Haas. David, this is your opportunity. They're calling for towel boys. You can sub in. As Haas gets the escape here. And then gets some back points as he's got Cross there, all crisscrossed up into a cradle. And doesn't just have the right body position to get Cross rolled over, but does get more back points for a tech fall in, we'll call it 2 minutes and 48 seconds. That'll give the Johnston Dragons a 51-10 lead. We're on to the 150 weight class now. Kager Kremer met his mother earlier today. So I was down trying to find what's happening here in round 4. Kremer, let's look back. He has only wrestled once so far. He got a 7-6 minor victory, so he's 10-7 on the season. As Kremer gets taken down by Parker Casey. And Parker Casey gets him into a cradle here 30 seconds into this. And gets the pin. 29-second pin there for Parker Casey. Man, 10:57 now in favor of the Dragons. Should be our last match now with Johnston at 157. Carson Wright, who also has gone 1-1 today. Carson Wright kicked off the pin fest there in that first duel. He had a victory in 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Wright is a 11-4 on the season. Junior this year. He is wrestling Owen Gilbert for the Dragons as Gilbert gets the quick takedown here 20 seconds into the match. You can see Gilbert right away tries to get that left leg hooked deep. And Carson Wright doesn't want any of that. On the far mat. That's Webster City and Cedar Falls on the far mat. Am I? And Carson gets himself in a tough position here as he gets flipped over to his back, giving up some back points. Looks like 3 of them there. 4 of them now. Can he reverse out of this, though? As it's 3 back points, as Gilbert goes up 6-0. But Gilbert maintains being in control here, so Wright could not complete the reversal as they are out of bounds and will reset in the middle of the mat. Gilbert kind of dominated there in that first period, and Carson Wright will now start period 2 on top. Down 6-0 here. Head coach for the Johnston Dragons is Aaron Tecklenburg. Reversal, 2 points given to Gilbert there. Carson Wright is trying to maintain his base here. Maybe he can get to neutral to get reset. Out of bounds. Gilbert just trying to keep breaking down Carson Wright's base and see if he can get some back points. We're a minute into this second period now. Yep, there's the pin. Gilbert pins Wright in 3 minutes and 16 seconds to finish out the duel against Dragons against Bobcats here. So that'll be a 63-10 victory if my math is correct. Producer David gives me the thumbs up. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, hopefully we have answers on what's going to happen here in round 5. So stick with us here on KFJB-TV watching the Allie Morrison duels at the Marshalltown Roundhouse.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
Do you know Lennox Employees Credit Union makes loans for recreational vehicles? So if you'd rather be enjoying this winter on a snowmobile, the Lennox Employees Credit Union makes loans for them. Plus ATVs, jet skis, boats, and trailers. The loan process is so easy. Loans for used vehicles like campers and snowmobiles are available too. Get rate info at lennoxecu.com. Fun things up with help from Lennox Employees Credit Union. 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown. Member NCUA.
In Marshalltown and Cedar Falls, North Roundhouse. Marshalltown and Cedar Falls, the North Roundhouse match. In Marshalltown and Cedar Falls, North Roundhouse mat right now. Marshalltown, Cedar Falls, North Roundhouse mat right now.
All right, so I think we've got it figured out, squared away here. The far first mat, Webster City North Polk. Middle mat appears to be Sioux City East, Southeast Polk. And on our mat, mat number 3, will be Cedar Falls and the Bobcats starting at 175. Dalton Zednicek for the Bobcats. Cale Moore for the Cedar Falls Tigers. Moore is a junior. Zednicek also a junior. Zednicek so far today, I believe he's 1-2. Okay, he's got one pin from the first day. He got tech-falled and then pinned later. So we were right. Johnston and Southeast Polk wanted to avoid each other, as Johnston is now done for the day, dominating basically every match they were in. Zednicek. All right, so the Bobcat team is now green again, David, so we got to remember that. Zednicek gets the takedown out of bounds. They'll reset with Zednicek on top. It's cool to see girls head coach Isaiah Cox was in there for the coin toss and everything, and gave him a little high five after hearing that they won. The girls won the Allie Morrison duels on the girls' side. We'll give you the complete standings here after this round. Sent in by Athletic Director Ryan Isgrigg. Thank you. You can see Coach Isaiah Cox there sitting on the corner, and not head coach Colby Cross, or Lucas Cross. Colby is his son. Lucas is talking there with Carson Wright right behind him. There's a baby shoe missing. Well, that was just announced. David checks. He's good. As Dalton here still just hasn't let him escape, but it hasn't gotten any back points either. So 5 seconds left here in the first period. Probably going to end 3-0. Which also means starting at 175. You know who the last Bobcat wrestler will be then? At 165? David's got it right. Xavier Anderson is who we'll finish off with. Rough day today. So far only 1-2. So Levi Mayfield, sophomore, might be in for a quick one. Zednicek gets the escape here to start round 2. 1 point escape, throws him down, and is looking to get some back points. There's the takedown 3. It's for how quick he's been calling these pins. I think he's been down. You can see his legs are clearly in the circle, so keep rolling with it. Dalton, don't let your feet come out of there. Don't let him wiggle you out. He's got 4 points. There's the pin. Great way to start against the Tigers here with a big pin by junior Dalton Zednicek in 2 minutes and 29 seconds. 6-0 to start, and Dalton goes 2-2 today with 2 pins. Pushes his record now to 10-7 on the season. Up next, Johan Gomez. I walked by. I said, Johan, you're still undefeated on KFJB-TV this year. And he goes, and it's going to stay that way. So he is feeling good here at 190, going up against Maddox Wilkinson from Cedar Falls. There is no short of confidence with some of these Bobcats. Johan Gomez, Xavier Anderson, Nick Wise. Those guys walk into the ring and they think they are the best ones there. Many times they are. 30 seconds into this first period. Gomez against Wilkinson. Wilkinson, a freshman for the Tigers, the 190 weight class. There's a takedown for Gomez, 3 points. What's he going to do next? We saw him earlier today. Only Bobcat to have 3 wins. He's got a pin, he's got a tech fall, and he's got a 17-7 major decision. So we did see him kind of tech fall and let somebody up earlier in the day. You can see Johnston's packing up their stuff and here in the roundhouse after a successful Allie Morrison duel for them. I don't believe Johnston lost all day, and neither did Southeast Polk. But the number 1 and number 8 teams didn't face each other. I want to thank just the volunteers and everybody putting this together. There's a lot of faces that aren't typically wrestling people here. It's good to also see some college students back helping out as well in different aspects. So thank you to all of them in the hospitality room as well. Gomez still 3 points, 3-0. Doesn't let the escape up. Doesn't want to do it here with 4 seconds left. As he dives for the leg. Does not want to give up the escape there. Doesn't give it up. And he ends the first period 3-0 in the lead still. Gomez, again, the only Bobcat to win all 3 of his matches so far this year. So far at the Allie Morrison duels. I see other coaches and principals now that I'm looking into the stands. I see Hoagland principal Amy Williams. There's James Christensen, tennis coach and teacher. Good crowd today here in the Marshalltown Roundhouse for the Allie Morrison duels. Gomez now up 6-0 here in the second period with about 1:15 left. You could hear the coaches yelling, Johan, Johan, Johan. They let him up, or he let him up for an escape, and I think he just knows he's going to be able to get the 3-point takedown here. There he goes. Works around. There's 3 more points. 9-1 in favor of Gomez. Now 9-2 as he lets him up. A little bit quicker strategy now that takedowns are worth 3 points. Gomez able to work himself around here for another takedown. That'll put him up 12-2 here. 20 seconds left here in the second period. He's already got the major decision. Is he looking for a tech fall or does he want the 6 points? That's the real question. Two seconds, 1. End of the second period. Gomez up 12-2. We already saw a 17-7 win for him earlier today. Start of the third period. He will start on bottom here. See if he can get a quick escape and a takedown. There you go. There's the escape. 13-2. He's up by 11 now. Minute 30 left here in the third period. Gomez with a big 11-point lead. Wilkinson is going to need a pin if he wants to turn this around. Wilkinson, a freshman this year. Gomez, a senior, looking to make some noise at state this year. As Gomez picks him up, puts him down safely, and gets 3 more points. He is 1 point away from a tech fall. Got a minute left to go. He's got to be working for back points. And it looks like Southeast Polk makes very quick work of Sioux City East as they get the victory 83-0 on that center mat. But I will say, Sioux City East does not have a full lineup. And there's the 3 points for Gomez. Back points there. He gets the tech fall in 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Gomez goes undefeated today at the Allie Morrison duels and stays undefeated on KFJB-TV this year. He said it before the match. It's going to stay that way. And he does it. So good job to Gomez. Great day for the senior. Moves his record now to 16-2 on the season. Coming up here at 2:15 now, we have J.J. Schoenfelter, I believe a sophomore for the Bobcats. And then wrestling for Cedar Falls at 2:15 is Andrew Harrington, a freshman. A couple of freshmen here for the Cedar Falls Tigers. Freshmen at 190, 215, and 285. Don't see that very often. You don't have a lot of freshmen that are that big. Although, we had a sophomore that had to cut weight to make sure he was under 285 when I wrestled in high school. He went on to play football up in Platteville. What is Wisconsin? Is it Wisconsin Platteville? Schoenfelter. You can see the Tigers just trying to crawl out of bounds there to get a reset, and Schoenfelter said, not today. As reversal now, 2 points goes to Harrington as he takes a 4-3 lead and takes control on top now. Schoenfelter really had a breakout football season, I would say, as a sophomore this year. Going to be a good player there on the defense. As he now gets the reversal, and a reversal back, but there were back points given to Schoenfelter, 3 of them. So he'll maintain an 8-6 lead even though the reversal happens. As Schoenfelter now grabs that leg and knocks him over. Is that going to be a reversal? 2 points now? Yep. And now he's getting back points. So 10-9, Schoenfelter in the lead, getting back points and getting a pin there in a minute and 33 seconds. Huge for JJ. That puts the Bobcats up 17-0 over the Cedar Falls Tigers. I did not expect it to go this way. As you see here, JJ was just able to maintain it. Yep, he got him. See the Bobcat girls coach, Isaiah Cox, he's looking to maybe clean something on the mat. Isaiah Cox coming up from Ottumwa. I believe he's the leading rusher in Ottumwa history. Also made some noise on the mat for the Bulldogs as well. So added to Adam Goodvin's coaching staff for football, but also now the girls' wrestling coach and security here on the security team at the high school. It's funny, every time I'll talk to him throughout the week, every once in a while, he'll be like, I'm just standing in the hallway right now as classes, between classes or whatever. Can you be on your cell phone, sir? Is that okay? Is that allowed between classes? We got Jackson Hinkle here, junior for the Bobcats at heavyweight, wrestling against Ian Riley, a freshman for the Tigers. A lot of freshmen on this Tiger team. I see 7 here on their varsity squad, so maybe not a lot of experience for this Tiger team, but I did not expect the Bobcats to go up a quick 17-0 as a team. Especially, the only, super big name so far is Gomez that's wrestled for the Bobcats. Not that Zednicek and J.J. Schoenfelter are bad, but Gomez has at least been to state before. As Hinkle just walks him out. Here you go, coach. Bringing him back for you. As we mentioned earlier, the heavyweight players are typically trying to use momentum against one another. and use that body weight against one another. They're going to want to try and throw them directly to their back onto the mat. 50 seconds left here in the first period. As Hinkle gets him down to the mat, there's 3 points on the takedown. And he tries to just manhandle him and flip him over and kind of loses his whole body there. But he maintains control and is able to pick him up and put him down. Never allows the escape there, so they'll reset back in the middle of the mat with Hinkle on top. Hinkle back on top to reset with 25 seconds left in the first period here. Hinkle trying to find whatever he can here in the last 10 seconds. See the towel girl come out. And that'll end the first period. Hinkle is up 3-0. Hinkle defers. Leaves it up to Riley. Ian Riley, freshman for the Tigers. Tigers hail from Cedar Falls. Bobcats hail right here in Marshalltown. Hinkle is just trying to use his strength and just trying to muscle Riley over. Got to break down that base first, or it's going to be very difficult to do so. Riley. So, out of bounds. No escape given, so it should start with Hinkle on top still. Hinkle breaks him down here. Let's see if he can now get him to his back. Got a minute 20 left here in the second period. Hinkle getting some points and getting the pin there. We'll call it 2 minutes, 57 seconds. Hinkle now joins the pin party. He's the only one to not get a pin. Johan Gomez got a tech fall there. That puts the Bobcats now up 23-0 as we flip all the way back to 106 now. Nicholas Million hasn't had the day that we saw the first time he was on KFJB-TV getting a big victory. He's been tech-falled twice and lost 0-6 in the first one. So let's see if he can get his first win. Million, a freshman this year. He's currently 9-9 now on the season. Gets taken down right away by Chase Miller. Freshman as well for the Tigers. Actually, the 6 of the first 7 wrestlers for the Tigers will be freshmen, as it's a quick pin there by Chase Miller over Million in 20 seconds. Not the quickest one we've seen today, but it's pretty good work. If he's getting paid, per event, hey, 20 seconds there is a lot better than 6 minutes. That'll put the Tigers finally on the board. 23-6 is the lead now for the Bobcats on the dual side. The Bobcats have sophomore Jose Corral Coronado out there against the Tigers 113 wrestler Nolan Shaw. Jose Corral Coronado has had, I know he got a pin earlier today against the Comets. That was a pin in 3 minutes and 41 seconds. He then did He got pinned then by both Southeast Polk and by Johnston. Thinking about this, I bet the Bobcats probably had the toughest schedule today out of all the teams because they never played the shorthanded Sioux City East squad. And they might end up going 2-2 if this continues to go the way it is. As Jose has led up a takedown and needs to work on an escape here. You can see them jockeying with their hands, trying to get their hands free and maintain control. .30 seconds left here in the first period. Still just 3-0. Shaw over Corral Coronado. Just a takedown. That's all it is. As Jose just can't seem to get away here. Every time he builds his base, he gets broken back down. 10 seconds left as the towel girl comes out. We've had the same towel girl all day today. No substitutions on our mat. She might have helped Jose out there with a little bit 1 second early tap, but hey, home mat advantage, right? Red's going to pick bottom here. By Red, I mean Shaw from Cedar Falls. As Corral Coronado, sophomore. 8-8 now on the season, came in 7-6. After this, though, the Bobcats will take 2 forfeits, so this game will have a 12-point swing quickly as a reversal happens. As Shaw now is on top, up 5-0 over Corral Coronado. And you got to be thinking Coach Cross is doing a little math in his head here. Corral Coronado cannot take a pin. As he gets an escape with 1:20 left in the second period. If Coronado gets pinned, then when Bance enters the mat at 1:32, the Tigers will have a 24-23 lead. Because they will win and get a forfeit at 1:20 and 1:26. Which is an automatic 6 points for the Tigers. So, this is why individual matches mean something. Coronado cannot get pinned here to maintain a Bobcat lead going into what I will call the heart of their lineup with Lucas Bance, Colby Cross, Nicholas Wise, Carson Wright, Xavier Anderson still left to go. So if they can have at least a one, maintain that lead heading into that portion of the lineup, they will be sitting pretty and hopefully can go 2-2 today at the Allie Morrison duels. As a reversal happens for Shaw, he is now up 9-1. That changes it to a major decision. But if Corral Coronado can get that right leg free, that'll be a reversal for him, and it'll be 9-3. You see Coach Cox there screaming from the sideline, trying to encourage Corral Coronado as best he can. Don't let him go. You got 1 second left. There it is. 9-3, not a bad position. Got out of that major decision range, and hopefully he can stay away from that. Corral Coronado Coach Cox says take the bottom position here. So that's what he does. And he rolls to try and get Coronado onto his back, but Coronado slips out of it here. Can he get a reversal or at least an escape? 3 back points are awarded there to Shaw, so now he goes up 12-3, back into that major decision range. Number 8 points, flips it to 14 points instead of 3. Minute 20 left here. Coronado, again, cannot get pinned. That's what he needs to avoid here. It's 12-4 after an escape. That is a deep shot onto that left leg of Corral Coronado. Three points awarded for a takedown there for Shaw. He's now up 15-4, back into that major decision. But again, we're just trying to avoid a tech fall and avoid a pin. That's what he needs to stay away from, and the Bobcats will go into 132 with a lead. Currently up 23-6 as a team. You can see his coaches there telling him, stand up, stand up, stand up. That was the other Matt's whistle, not ours, as it's 5 seconds left here. It's going to end here with a 15-4 major decision. So that's 4 points, so it'll be 23-10, and then the Bobcats will give up 2 forfeits, so it'll go 23-16, and then 23-22. Maintaining that lead for state qualifier Lucas Bantz. Hasn't had the best day today. Has not had the best day today. We can admit that. So far, Bantz he had a minor decision, he got tech falled, and he had a major decision. So I think he would sit there and say it hasn't been his best day either. And wants to get a victory here to end 2-2 to push his record to 13-6 instead of 12-7. So we're at the 132 weight class now. Lucas Bantz for the Bobcats, senior, up against Keegan Schmidt, a sophomore, for the Cedar Falls Tigers. Bantz sprawls out there. Doesn't want to give up that left leg. Keep sprawling back there, buddy. Doesn't allow the takedown. Minute 30 left here in the first period. Here's Bantz trying to see if he can get around here, get his head up and get around. He get the points. There's the 3 points for the takedown. He was trying to do a cradle. He's got the chicken wing on the arm there of Schmidt, Keegan Schmidt from the Tigers. And there he's earning back points. Gets the hips to flip. Bantz is not a great position, but is at least getting the job done to get the back points. There's 4 back points awarded to him. 7-0 now. Good guys. some more back points. 3 more awarded to Bance here. There's now 12 seconds left in the first period. See the towel girl coming out. Bance up 10-0. Like I said, he wants to get at least 2 and 2 today as he's rolling over, trying to get some more back points in the last seconds. He will get 2 more there. He's up 12-0. Could quickly turn this into a tech fall, giving them a 28-22 lead. A little bit of a buffer there. Like I said, going into the heart of the Bobcat lineup here. They're going to start in neutral position. Makes me think Bance was the one that decided, but I did not see who got the pick there. You look down at your sheet for 2 seconds and all of a sudden you miss something. Bance has got a 12-0 lead. If he gets a takedown, and as long as it's not a takedown where he throws him to his back, this will be ended in a tech fall. Ton of tech falls today. A lot more than I'm kind of used to and a lot more than we've seen at Allie Morrison duels in the past. There's 3 points, but he's on his back there to see if he can get that last 6. Bance has got to make sure he stays in bounds, though. That's going to be his one thing, and there it is. Tech fall for Bance here. It's going to be a 2 minutes and 43 seconds. And that'll put him up 28-22. At 138, we're going to see Nick Wise here, which means we'll probably see Cross at 144. Coach said, keep it the same. That's what he said as I was walking by. He was ready to, just got done talking to the team, so. Looks like they're cleaning up a little bit there, Coach Cox and Coach Rebick. Right in front of the cheerleaders there. Cheerleaders been doing a great job. Jeremy is announcing the next Bobcat Wrestling will be the 23rd. I believe we'll have wrestling one more time on KFJB-TV. This season. Let me look that up as Nick Wise is in there for 138 for the Bobcats. He's a junior this year. He's had an okay day. We're looking at 138 for the Tigers. It's going to be Eric Malassi. Wise so far today. Wise gets the takedown there. He got a pin, he got a tech fall, and he lost 3-2. Again, they were kind of dancing around the sideline there. Producer David wants me to let all of you Cyclone fans know, don't turn away from us. But they are going to overtime against Texas Tech. They're down in, where do they play? Texas Tech? Lubbock, that's right. Oh, yeah, Kyle went down there earlier this year. For like Buddy Holly or something is why he went down. Nick Wise, though, trying to crank over, get some back points here. Wise. Eric Malassi is a senior. Wise being a junior, but trying to flatten him out as best he can. He's like a starfish out there, trying to get him to go flat. Well, the next Bobcat home meet will be the 23rd. We will be doing the next wrestling match on the 30th. That'll be against Waterloo East. As Wise has got 4 back points already. He's going to probably get 4 more right there. Doing whatever he can. Up 11-0 here. You know what I also noticed right there? The only difference between their singlets on the backside is the black and the royal blue. But when you're sweating, it looks like it's black. So it's very hard to tell these two apart. You got to look at the hair length, surprisingly enough. Because boy howdy, we got to say it again for Mama Wise. Looks good on him down there. Didn't recognize him at first. Nick Wise up now 11-0 to start the second period here. There's the 3 back points. That'll be another tech fall for Nick. He goes 3-1 today, extending his record out to 16-2 on the season. That was a tech fall in 2 minutes and 16 seconds, pushing the Bobcats now up. What is that, 34-22? Is my math right, Producer David? Journalism major. So we got to double check his math. I was on the Math B team at one point in my life. He's carrying the 1 here. 34-22? Oh, yep, that was a tech fall. 33. See, this is why David's got to check me here. 33-22. Moving on to the 144. That's Colby Cross out there, sophomore for the Bobcats. I can't remember what he did so far today. He's wrestled twice, as Chavez filled in one of them. Cross got tech falled. And I believe lost. So I believe he's 0-2 so far today. And Cross, sophomore, now sits at 7-10 on the season against Jeremiah Tomeo of the Cedar Falls Tigers, as Tomeo is on top. He had gotten the takedown already. Tomeo, a sophomore, Cross, a sophomore as well. This might be one of those future matches. We'll see the Allie Morrison duels the next couple years. 6-1. Tomeo is up over Cross. Cross trying to get an escape or something here before they fall out of bounds. Tomeo's stretching his foot just to stay in there, trying to get some back points. I think compared to December, the players are much more aware of the out of bounds and stretching that foot to make sure that they stay inbounds. It's been interesting to see that difference, and it's just been a month. It's really only been a month. But that's how these players will adjust as Cross does get the escape there, now down 6-2. Cross will start on bottom here to start period number 2. Tomeu gets the escape and is now up 7-4. Cross doesn't want to give up that leg. He's going to grab. Tomeu gets the takedown now. That's 3 points that was awarded to him. You can see Coach Cox and Coach Rebick there really kind of yelling, being the vocal support for Cross again. Head coach Lucas Cross kind of standing back. I think he lets the other coaches really coach Colby, because I imagine at the dinner table is when they get down to it. Cross gets the reversal there, so now it's 10-6. And he's got 45 seconds to try and do something here in the second period. Tomeu gets and escapes. So that's 11-6 now. Cross sprawls out. He's got an opportunity to come around and get 3 points on a takedown here. He can't quite get that right leg free, and that's what's holding him back. Out of bounds. (11-6) here as the final seconds are winding down. 3 points are awarded for the takedown in the last second for Tomeu. So only got 14-6. That's an 8-point deficit here. Every point is going to count as the Bobcats are up 33-22 right now for the dual team score. Texas Tech has taken a 4-point lead in my latest update with 1:20 remaining. For all you sport fans out there, though, the NFL's got games today as well. Those will start right after we finish up here at the Allie Morrison duels. They are waiting for us to finish, if I have that correct. I did call Goodell ahead of time. We got the Chargers and Texans today, as well as the Steelers and Ravens. So that'll be happening. For all you sport lovers out there, we got the third period kicked off, though, 14-6 in the favor of sophomore Jeremiah Tomeu from the Cedar Falls Tigers up against sophomore Colby Cross from the Bobcats as Tomeu gets 3-point takedown right there. He takes a 17-6, now earning some back points. If he gets 4 back points and lets him up, that's a tech fall, and that'll be the match then. Cross, I believe, came on my radar last year and had actually a really nice Allie Morrison duels and made the connection, obviously, Cross and Cross with head coach. Once he comes up, though, that'll be a 4-point tech fall. Or he'll get 4 points, 4 back points, and he'll be up 21-6, which will be a tech fall and 5 points awarded. As long, there it is. He should be awarded the points now. And that should be the match. Not as good of a Allie Morrison duels as last year, but that's okay. Got to build somewhere. 5 minutes and 26-second tech fall. So that's 5 points, not 6. That's what I did last time. So now it's 33-27. And I get the confirmation nod from producer David. Moving on now to the 150 weight class. This has been Kager Kremer. Kager Kremer is a senior. Let me look real quick. Came into the day at 9-7. I know he's only wrestled twice. He got pinned and he got a minor decision, so he's been 1-1 today. That pushes him to 10-8 on the year. Up against Aiden Williams, the last freshman we'll see from the Cedar Falls Tigers. As Kremer, the senior, trying to work a move here to break down Williams. And there he goes. 3 points for the takedown. Now he's earning back points. There should be 2 there, but is Williams going to get a reversal here? Oh, he gets 3 on the back points, reversal 2, so it's 6-2 in favor of Kremer. Because he got 3 back points that the table has yet to award. But he did do the signal. And the other referee now sees the incorrect score. Looks like he's talking to the scorer's table. As Williams Still on top, but not able to get any back points here. Looks like Revick and Cox both saw an opening, jumped up out of their seats there. And, oh, that is a cradle. That looks tight, too, by Williams on Kremer. Doesn't matter what the score is if Williams is able to get a pin, as he's got 3, 2, 1. So he gets 4 back points. In my count, it should be 6-6. And the refs are there. David, with your wrestling knowledge, you agree it should be 6-6? Okay. That means anybody that's been watching the last 2 wrestling should be with us. They should be on our side. Because you don't know anything other than what's happened on KFJB-TV this year. Not even WWE? No WWE? Be really cool to have like the Big Show come out or something, you know? Roman Reigns. 9-6? I'm not so sure about that one. But I don't see any mad coaches on either side, so if we're all okay with it, we're rolling with it. As Williams chooses to be bottom here to start the second period. Kremer tries to pick him up and put him on the mat here. We've seen it one time today where a player was not taken to the mat safely. Go back to neutral and award a point to the other team. But only one time we saw that. Wrestlers were able to finish all matches, which is also very good to hear. You think that that's a big, 2-inch mat of padding. It's still hard, let me tell you. Softer than hardwood, so I'll give you that. But it still doesn't feel good. Williams up here 10-6. Kremer's got to do something here. Get some points. Takedown would give him 3 to make it 10-9, so probably got to get some back points. Kremer sprawling back from a shot by Williams. They end up out of bounds with 20 seconds left here in the second period. David, it's not looking good for the Cyclones. I see 83-84 with 7 seconds left in overtime. As Kremer gets taken down here in the last 20 seconds of the second period. Start the third period here in neutral. Aiden Williams, freshman for the Cedar Falls Tigers, up 13-6 over senior Kager Kremer from the Marshalltown Bobcats. As Kremer throws him down to the mat, gets him to his back two, earning back points. So that's 3, gives him up to 9. If he can get 4 back points, that ties it right here. Get a pin and it puts him away. Kremer trying to stay flat as a pancake and put all of his weight onto Williams and gets the pin there. What a way to turn that on its side. The frustration you can see in Williams. Kremer stands up and says, look at me. Look at what I just did. Big pin in 4 minutes and 37 seconds. So I'll make the Bobcats now at 39-27. There you go. Kremer feeling good after that one. Moving on to Carson Wright here. Wright so far today got a pin, was pinned, and tech fault. So he's been 1 and 2 so far today. That puts him at 11-5 on the year. Wright's a junior. Wrestling against Ben Backies, a senior for the Cedar Falls Tigers. Oh, no way. David, I spoke too soon. Somehow in the last 7 seconds of overtime, Iowa State takes the lead 85-84. I'm getting an update from Cyclone fanatic David Braga himself. It was 2 free throws that won the game for the Cyclones. Curtis Jones leading the way with 26 points. Remaining 14-1 on the year. Braga says never a doubt. Carson Wright up against here senior Ben Backies as Backies gets the takedown, up 3 points with a minute left here in the first period. There's Kager Kremer on the sideline. He is feeling good about himself, talking to his teammates down there. We can see on the edge of the mat as well as Xavier Anderson getting in the right headspace. At what point does it become a streak, David? Is it 2 or 3? 3. I think that's what they say in Major League as well. We win one today, we win it tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. We win it the next day, they call that a winning streak. So to avoid a losing streak, Anderson's got to get a win to finish it out here. Carson Wright, though, having a little trouble here with Ben Backies from the Cedar Falls Tigers as we finish the first period here. 5-0, Backies up. Red gets to pick. He's going to defer to the third period, which gives Carson Wright the opportunity. And Wright picks bottom. Got to get that escape. Get that point back. As Backies just breaks him down here to start the second period. Wright gets an escape. That's a point. Feeling good. All right, reset yourself. And you be the one in control. Oh, Backies is able to keep his toes in the mat to get the takedown. So Carson Wright's going to start on bottom here, and he's now down 8-1. I've said it a couple times today. The ability of these players to keep their feet in the mat and the awareness has been much improved over just the last year. And that's something I'm going to bring up with both Coach Isaiah Cox and Lucas Cross this next week when I chat with them. How did they, what are they talking about? They've got to be talking about it in practice. 55 seconds left here in the second period. Carson Wright up against Ben Backies. Backies is trying to, he gets Wright to flip his hips there and started earning some back points. And is he going to be able to get the pin? No, Wright's able to get out of there, but allows 4 points. So now it's 12-1, 12-2 with the escape here in the second period. 15 seconds to go. and it will be Backey's decision on how to start period 3 as he deferred. Carson right there tries to maybe shoot at the last second. Backey's picks neutral. He's got a 10-point lead. A takedown and some back points would give him the tech fall. As Wright kind of slips up there, but is able to maintain the neutral position. Wright shoots in this time. Backey's gets the takedown, and here's the back points. No matter what happens here, it looks like Backey's is going to get the victory, either by fall, right there, pin. 4 minutes and 23 seconds. And it's going to make this a tight duel going into the final 39-33. This will come out. Basically, Anderson can't get pinned here. Anderson gets pinned, we go into tiebreakers. We don't want to go into tiebreakers because then I got to do a Google search and figure out how do we break the tie. So I was not prepared for that, as Anderson just picks him up, though, and puts him on the mat in the first 10 seconds of this one. Xavier Anderson is 1-2 today. Got his first 2 losses of the season. He's now 15-2 on the year, up against Levi Mayfield, a sophomore, for the Tigers. So 3 points already. Anderson up in the first 30 seconds. Anderson now trying to roll to get Mayfield onto his back. Anderson just staying in control for the first minute into this match. Anderson doing what he can to try and get some back points here in the last 30 seconds. Now we've got some. Can Anderson get the pin and get the victory for the Bobcats to go 2-2 today? And he gets the pin. 1 minute, 44 seconds for Anderson. Stops it from becoming a losing streak, goes to 16-2 on the season. And the Bobcats get the victory. 45-33, going 2-2 today here at the Allie Morrison Duels. Let's just do a quick recap of the Bobcats' day today. First, I'm going to start out with the girls, the ladies, over in the auxiliary gym. There were a total of 6 teams that were there: BCL, UW, and South Hardin, BGM, Columbus Catholic, Knoxville, West Fork, and Marshalltown. Well, it was Marshalltown for the ladies that came out on top for the Allie Morrison Duels. Marshalltown gets first place over Knoxville, getting second. West Fork in third place, BGM in fourth. BCL, UW, South Hardin in fifth place. And Columbus Catholic ending up in sixth place for the ladies. Then on the boys' side, as we saw today, the Bobcats kicked it off against the North Polk Comets. And the Bobcats get the victory there, winning 48-25. Really, it was a pin party in that first one. There were, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pins by the Bobcats. So that was big, with really highlighted by Xavier Anderson, who got a pin there in 13 seconds. as we're going to see the replay here on KFJB-TV for that one. Here's Anderson in that first. We hadn't even finished introducing him, and he had gotten the pin there. So, big win for Anderson. Moving on to the second match, which was against the Southeast Polk Rams, who are the #1 dual team in the state of Iowa. Well, it was a tough one for the Bobcats there. Anderson wrestled against Abe Bashong, who he beat in districts, but then lost to at state. Really weird 8-7 ending there for Anderson. So that was his first loss of the year, but Johan Gomez is the only Bobcat to get a victory against the Southeast Polk Rams. He got a 17-7 win, major decision. So the Rams end up getting the victory 59-4. Better than some of the other scores we saw today. So Bobcats lose to the Rams. Move on to what would have been round 4 as the Bobcats had a bye in round 2. They faced off against Johnston, the #8 dual team in the state, as the Bobcats are ranked 22nd. At least went a little bit better for the Bobcats. They got a couple wins in this one. Johan Gomez stays undefeated on KFJB-TV this season, as he gets another tech fall there for the first victory for the Bobcats. And then Nick Wise also gets a tech fall to give the Bobcats 10 points as they drop to Johnston 10-63. Moving on then to the final matchup that they had in round 5 against the Cedar Falls Tigers. Well, this one was kind of a pin party as well, or a tech fall party, as there were 5 different pins and 3 different tech falls for the Bobcats. But it got close there because they had those 2 forfeits at 120 and 126, as Coach Cross wanted those guys to wrestle a little more JV today. They come in and probably face the #1 and #8 dual team. So give them a little confidence and not have maybe a 13-second pin on their record. So he gave them the day off on varsity. But it was 23-22 heading into the Lucas Bance 132 match. Bance gets the tech fall. And then Nick Wise gets a tech fall. And Bobcats end up getting the victory over Cedar Falls, 45-33. There were pins by Kager Kremer, Xavier Anderson, Dalton Zednicek, J.J. Schoenfeld, Jackson Hinkle there against Cedar Falls. So a great day overall for the Marshalltown Bobcats as they go 2-2 today as duels, as they end up beating Cedar Falls and North Polk, but they do drop to Johnston, who's #8. And Southeast Polk, who is #1 for duels in the state of Iowa. We appreciate everybody that was watching and following along today. It's a long day every year at the Allie Morrison duels here at the Marshalltown Roundhouse. Want to let you know about some upcoming games for KFJB-TV. We are not going to have wrestling again until January 30th. That'll be right here. It'll be a match versus Waterloo East here in the Roundhouse. But our next broadcasts are coming up here next Monday right away. David, are you ready for a Monday night basketball game? We got Cedar Rapids Jefferson's coming to town. Then Tuesday will be some more basketball. That'll be against Des Moines North right here in the Roundhouse as well. Thursday next week will be Bobcat live at Wayward Social. And then rounding out next week, we have a doubleheader at Des Moines Roosevelt for basketball. So it's an exciting week of KFJB-TV next week. Thank you for joining us today at the Allie Morrison duels. For my on-site producer, TV producer, and really the guy that I talked to for the last 6 hours today, David Braga with us. And it'll be the Zach and David show again for KFJB morning show, as Kyle Martin will still be off one more day for vacation. So tune in 6 to 9 on News Talk 1230 KFJB AM and 93.9 FM. Listen to David and I on the Kyle Martin show Monday. But we thank you for joining us today, and we will see you next year at the Allie Morrison duels.